but heroically
heroes return.
Comes back. He comes back on a late flight. What time was your flight last night?
Latest like 5 something.
5 o'clock?
Yeah, well,
that's not heroic.
It's the last one, and I had to race. What I had to do to get from the practice, because they do double up practices, my editor's like, "Are you gonna be able to do that?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'll just write from the car."
What?
So we had an article. I have to write an article after practice. So I stopped at a gas station. I wrote the rest of my article at the gas station real fast about my 5 players, and then took off and made it in time, just in time. I was on Nick Casario's flight, as a matter of fact. Made it just in time to get out to Houston and get back. Wanted to get back. My son's
Did he have a vest on?
He did when I saw him at practice. I actually spoke with Nick.
You did?
I congratulated him, and we talked a little bit of football. Yesterday's
doesn't
practice,
even know what you do.
He had a vest. He seemed to know what I do.
He did?
Yeah, he seemed to be aware of what I did.
Okay.
I'll tell you about some of the stuff. I had some interesting conversations. I've got some interesting dirt from the Senior Bowl.
Whoa.
Yeah, some dirt. It's not that salacious. For one Texas Longhorn, it may be. But anyway.
Christian Jones is
he did a nice job.
Yeah, he did a real nice job.
Sweat's the guy that there's some stuff we got to talk about.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I talked to Nick. Nick couldn't be a nicer guy.
Yeah?
Nick was great. He was fantastic. We talked for a while. I said, I had some questions about this and that, but man, and you did a great job with Cashman. I had heard, not from him, but I heard from somebody else that Lovey wasn't a Cashman guy, and that Nick really loves Cashman, always has loved Cashman. And once Lovey was gone, Cashman became a more prominent member of this. Hey, this is going to be Dell. I know that I consider Dell to be an open-minded person. This is just going to be white boy draft season. I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, this is going to be a draft where Ryan Clark is going to struggle with some draft picks in this. McConkey, Ricky Pearsall from Florida, Dylan Lobby from New Hampshire, white running backs. Basically, Danny Woodhead's coming back out in the draft.
Oh, nice.
There's another Danny Wood. We got another one.
We got to get him.
We got another one. We got another white corner who may go in the first. He's not good enough to go in the first. People are mocking him in the first, but he's like the second, and he actually may go to safety. But I'm going to count him as a corner for now, Cooper DeJean, because he's going to run really fast too. This is kind of white boy draft season.
White boy draft season.
It's kind of white boy draft season.
How about that?
I mean, McConkey, which rhymes with honky, and Pearsall.
Whoa. I know who Lad McConkey is.
Yes.
Yeah, we've seen him for the last 4 years making plays for Georgia. So yeah, we know that. But he was. How about that? I see that Wilson from Michigan, the wide receiver from Michigan, he's opened some eyes, huh?
Light skin.
He's light-skinned. Wait a minute.
He
what?
is. I got a picture of Malachi Corley too, but yeah, he's light-skinned too.
Oh my God! What about?
Yeah, Roman Wilson was just tearing it up. Roman Wilson made himself some money.
He did.
Yeah, there's some interesting receivers. From a Texan standpoint, I'll tell you some stuff off the air that I can't tell you on the air about the Texans, but I think they screwed up last season with something they did. But
what?
Yeah,
that's incorrect because our team
made
the biggest splash in all of football.
There's one thing that I think they
No, you're being a little disrespectful yourself.
And I can tell you, I just there's things I can't say.
Okay, what about
there's some things on the offensive line that need to get cleaned up.
Okay, what about Bo Nix? Yeah, straight down.
He did not have easy throws. And somebody brought up the point, well, he's playing a different offense, different players. And that's all true. But does that change the fact that when I need to throw from point A to point B,
yeah, right,
it's in his hands? This dude was throwing everything at
he looked more
feet.
like Auburn, Bo Nix.
He did.
He really did. He reverted.
He did. He and I'm like, is this gonna be what it is when he's comfortable? He'll look good, but if a new coordinator comes in, he's gonna be nervous.
He got freaked out. He's back in the Alabama, and he got freaked out.
Oh, that's what it is.
Oh my gosh.
He is Pacific Northwest. Everything was fine. People were protesting things. He was like, "This is fine." It was just random protests around him all over the place.
And he likes that.
He's just like, okay, the attention's on the protest. Antifa's fighting Proud Boys. No one's looking at Bo Nix. They forgot Auburn Bo Nix. I'm just Oregon Bo Nix. They don't even know who I was. I'm just Bo Nix.
So the problem is,
then he goes back to Auburn, and they're like,
we
know you, Bo. We know you.
Some quarterbacks can't play in cold weather. They have to play in domes to be successful. No team from the South can draft Bo Nix.
Not an outdoor
Now
team.
he could be.
No.
Minnesota could be fine for him.
Yep.
Minnesota.
Yeah, but he
would be
still
fine.
plays inside.
No, it's not about weather. It's about the region of the country.
The region of the
He
country.
can't play.
It's just about region.
Don't play in the South.
He can't head
He just
south.
can't come south.
He could play.
What about when they play the NFC South or
Like,
the
he can't
AFC
play in
South?
Then they're
He can't-
screwed.
Yeah.
Just like a cold, warm weather
Are
quarterback
we far
would be.
enough? Well, he
Up
can't
in the
play
cold.
for us. Could he play for the Raiders?
Sure, but then you have to think about if they play the NFC South, he's screwed, or the AFC South, he's
Right.
screwed.
Yeah.
You need a
Either-
God
dual
forbid he got
quarterback.
God forbid he got drafted by the Falcons.
You got to draft two quarterbacks.
No,
He can't get
Falcons
drafted by
ain't
the
drafting
Falcons.
him. Falcons ain't drafting him. They can't. They're not that close to Alabama. They just can't do
He
it.
can't play for an XFL team from Alabama.
So who improved their stock the most?
Well, I think Roman Wilson was a big one.
That's the Michigan wide receiver. Made that
Michigan-
one-handed catch. You probably saw it on SportsCenter if you watch any highlight show.
So I was standing right there. If you go to Dane Brugler's, I was standing literally right
I got
there.
the video right here.
If you got the video on the side, well, whose video is it?
It's
Game video? Yeah, I'm right there. You'll see me right, and I'm right to the right.
right to the right. There's you. There's you.
You probably see me.
You're right there.
That black jacket.
I
I'm
saw
sitting
you.
next
Yeah,
to
I saw
Dane
you.
Brugler, and Dane Brugler recorded it. He's got this incredible footage right there. The catch one-on-one. So Quinyon Mitchell is going to be a first-round corner who he went up against. So that's at the end of practice when it was good on good, where you got to call guys out. And so an offensive lineman would
You
call
crossed
a
your
pass
arms right
rusher.
away, right after the play, and went, man, that's a catch now.
Yeah.
Roman Wilson.
Roman Wilson.
So where does he go? What
I
round?
think early second.
Early second?
He's a slot receiver, but he may creep into the first.
What
now.
about Xavier Legette?
He'll
Legette?
fall down into the
Well, what- is it-
seventh.
Really?
I'm joking, but he didn't have a good practice.
He didn't?
No.
Oh, I saw
Yesterday
a
he was
spot where
okay.
they said he looked pretty good.
Well, yesterday he was maybe fine, but
What about
he looked so
Devontae
slow.
Walker? I'm
Tess-
looking for guys that the Texans can get second, third round.
Tess Walker, I think, will be. People are putting him in a first. I don't think he'll be in a first. I think. Well, he might be. Brian Thomas from LSU could slip into the second. The one opposite of Malik Neighbors.
I'd rather have Malik Neighbors.
I think Ladd McConkey. If they looked at a second rounder, Ladd McConkey and Ricky Pearsall could be a couple guys. I think Pearsall maybe goes a little bit later. Malachi Corley is a lot like Debo Samuel from Western Kentucky. So if Slowick wanted to take a page out of what, you have Tank who can, I was with Johnny Harris on the sideline walking around. We talked a lot yesterday, and he said Tank can play outside. He goes, I know he's small. He goes, he's not a true slot receiver.
He
said
played
because of
outside
his
at UNH
speed
all the time.
Yeah, and he played outside some last year
Yeah.
too. He said he can run those routes.
Yeah.
So that's not a problem. It's just which routes do you run? And he said, so the Texans could go get Ladd McConkey and put him in a slot. His whole thing was, he goes, oh, my God, Ladd McConkey would be the perfect wide receiver for the Texans. He goes, he'd be unbelievable to work in front of slot. And he said, you could have Tank. I said, do you think Tank can still work from the slot too? He goes, yeah. I mean, not every receiver plays every, snap. So Ladd was unbelievable. Caught everything. Guys couldn't cover him. Ricky Pearsall was really good. Talisi Fuaga may have made the biggest jump. In fact, I'm moving him all the way into the top 10 of my mock draft, which is due tomorrow. He's the Oregon State right tackle. And this is why I didn't want a long-term contract for Titus Howard. My God, it's so loaded. If they would have just played out the contract like I wanted, this would have been his fifth year, Howard. He would have got hurt. He would have been out. He'd have been on the market. And you would have had the deepest tackle draft in years would have been in your lap right now. And instead they gave a contract.
Yeah, but then they would have had to go first round.
Tackle.
23rd
Yeah.
overall tackle.
Yeah, and then you wait 23rd.
And who's
there's
gonna be
probably not
left, too,
one-
by then.
yeah, that's true. If you wait until 23rd, I mean, you probably would have had to make a move up.
Yeah.
You probably would have had to make a move up. You wouldn't necessarily have to because it is deep. But I think I'll be honest. Patrick Paul did not help himself.
No?
No, he's not going in
from
the
U of
first.
H.
He's not going in the first. Nelson Caesar was okay. Jackson McKinley from
Nelson Caesar's kind of a weird body for an outside. Yeah.
edge guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he was physical. Like, he did some nice stuff physicality-wise. I talked to Willie Fritz yesterday. He can't wait to come on the radio with us.
Yeah.
He's like
I
really
know, I talked to him,
excited.
too.
Willie spent a lot of time talking You see a ton of coaches like Kirby Smart was there yesterday. I didn't get a chance to talk to Kirby, but Kirby was there yesterday. I saw Jed Fish was there yesterday. I'm sure for his Arizona guys more than Washington. He didn't know the Washington guys. Who else did I get a chance to speak with, or did I see there? A lot of head coaches will come from their colleges out there to represent. I did not see Jim Harbaugh there. He's too busy. He's got to get caught up with a lot of stuff. Nick Saban used to come out. I didn't see Sark, but there were a lot of Texas guys there. I saw the recruiting coordinator. A lot of Texas guys were there representing. As far as Texas, and I didn't see Elko. I'm not sure I know exactly what Elko looks like, but Bill Biedenbaugh, offensive line coach for Oklahoma. Just a lot of coaches show up.
Was there? Good guy.
To represent. Oh, yeah. He's like, you want to talk about a guy's guy? He's got this kind of Oompa Loompa body. And then I saw him in the airport, and he was eating like a meatball sub or something.
Yeah,
and
of course he was.
Fell on his shirt and like, oh. And then he was on my flight, and he had a meatball sub stain.
Well, that's what he does.
That's an O-line coach right there.
Cody Benjamin from CBS Sports says that Mike Evans could be coming to the Houston Texans. Let's talk about it on the other side, right here on ESPN.
I'll give you some of the. I'll give you some of the. We'll go into a few more of the players, and I'll tell you some of the dirt I heard around.
All right, we'll do that on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, though, I'm talking about MyBookie. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. It's the place to play, win, and get paid. You're looking for the best place. I'm telling you, you've got live dealers, okay? Live dealers is kind of cool. It is really cool. Because I don't know about you, but I really don't trust when it's just a machine doing it all the time. I don't love that. I really don't. I do love when I've got a live dealer right in front of me. I've got all of the different bets that I could possibly want. It's so good. It really is so good. You're looking for the best place to win, get paid, bonuses for signing up, but you got to put in promo code BET975. Everything about MyBookie is just awesome. If you're looking for a place to play, there's still all kinds of stuff. You still got NBA, you still got college basketball, you still got the big game, and you want to bet on it, you want to win, you want to get paid. It's all at MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John Granado and Lance Zerline.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 716. If you want to get in, 713-780-3776. You got any thoughts? You got any questions about Senior Bowl or anything else? You're more than welcome to come on in and hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5. Give us some scuttlebutt from, especially Texans related. You got a chance to talk to Nick Caserio. Anything that you can relate?
I just talked to him about. Well, I just talked ball like Phil. We talked a little bit about the Texans. I just told him I thought his moves that he made were really, really good, free agency wise, and we talked a little bit about cornerbacks in the cornerback position because there's a lot of very talented, super light corners now. A lot of 170 some odd pound corners.
Allegedly, Cody Stutes says that the Texans talked to a couple.
Well, he said Kalen King. I hope that they didn't talk long to him.
No.
I hope it was a brief conversation.
Kalen King and.
But this is why Cody acted like. And no offense, I love that Cody's hustling. But I saw where he said, "Hey, exclusively here, I can tell you, I'd be the first to tell you they spoke with Kalen King."
Mm-hmm.
Every team speaks with every player.
You're right.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Quinion Mitchell, Toledo cornerback, Quinion Mitchell.
Phenomenal.
Is he?
Really good, man. He's going to be really good. I like him a lot. He's going to be in the battle for first corner with Terry and Arnold from
Really?
I like Nate Wiggins a lot, but yeah.
For first corner?
Yeah. He's got good size. Yeah, he'll be up there. I think Terrian will go first, and then I think it's going to be Quinion Mitchell, and then I think he'll be my guy Nate Wiggins, who I've got highest of all these guys. But he's not at Senior Bowl, but it's a weird, Greedy Williams was kind of light. When he came out of LSU, he was only like in the low 180s. Now he's considered really, really skinny. Nate Wiggins is in the low 180s. Mitchell is like 195. Terrian Arnold's about 195. Which is good size.
Well, last year the Redskins got the really skinny.
Yeah, he was in the 160s.
Yeah, right.
And then Chris Abrams-Drain, who's a good corner from
Commanders,
Missouri. Yeah, from Missouri, he's in the 170s. DJ James from Auburn, who's a really good corner, he's like 173. Like there's these. It's getting smaller at wide receiver. There's a wide receiver there. It's 159 or 165 pounds. Jacob Cowing from Arizona. I'm like, man, what has happened to the league? It's just some tiny corners and tiny receivers, but they're guys who can play. Yeah. We know Tank is really small. It's just a matter of can these guys hold up? And we're not, we're in the midst of it, so we'll find out if they can. Tank, got hurt, but that's one of those that a big wide receiver wouldn't have had his leg snapped maybe when he's digging out safeties on the goal line.
Maybe, or they would have fell on his back too if he couldn't move the guy out. Right, but I don't. Let's not talk about that.
Nick, so Nick and I talked about the changes of the defensive back position, and I asked him about his philosophy versus Belichick's philosophy. How it changed and if there has been changes, and that stuff I got to keep off the record. But I thought that because that's all I said. All right, I've got about 5 minutes here with him. I'm going to ask things I've always wanted to know, and one of them is how are you different than Belichick, and he pointed out that things got different with Belichick over the years, that he made some changes, things like that. So a lot of it is just football stuff, but I just told him everything was off the record, so I don't want to go into it. But it's just ball stuff. It was nothing to, you think Nick is going to give me the inner workings of the Texans?
Yeah, no, that's not going to happen.
No, that didn't happen. Now, I will tell you, I've been teasing this. So, a guy had a good practice yesterday, at least one-on-one drills, ran through everybody, was T'Vondre Sweat. T'Vondre Sweat did not get weighed at the Senior Bowl, did not give his height and weight. That's pretty standard to do height and weight at the Senior Bowl. What I found out is he is carrying a lot of excess weight. T'Vondre's weight has gotten up there pretty high. Scout I talked to who was in during the year said he was up at playing in the 370s. He's listed at 345, which is already big. When he was a junior in high school, he was a defensive end, 255 pounds. There's been some scuttlebutt amongst the draft community.
Sounds like you put on a bill. 100 plus.
And, I've seen it with, like, Trevor Penning did that, but he was going from underdeveloped, undersized guy into a full-grown, good-looking left tackle. Sweat's carrying a lot of bad weight right now, and he's still very dominant. But the problem is, there's talk about him being in the 380, 390 range. Yeah, when he was working out, he's going to have to really get down by combine. Like he kept playing at Texas. He hadn't been working at combines, working. You know, a lot of these guys get started in December, early December. He didn't get started until January. But it tells me that during the season, his weight got out of control on him. Maybe he hasn't gotten into control for the last month. And now we got to see what happens by combine. But I'm going to tell you now, if he's carrying 360-plus pounds, and he may have to work to get down to 360, 355 for combine, but he's going to get weighed there. He's going to get weighed there. And if he's weighing in the 370 range, I don't care how talented you are, teams get really worried about you're a two-down player anyway. You're not going to play on pass downs. You know, if you're already this heavy now,
I wouldn't mind if he falls to 23.
He ain't gonna. I don't think he goes in the first round because he can't play 3 downs. I mean, he can't even come close to playing 3 downs. And if you're worried about his weight, if he can't keep his weight functional, and you say, okay, we're gonna give him a bunch of money, and we're gonna give him his own free time. There's no discipline, so he has to do whatever he wants. What's going to happen? That's the question.
Because
like I would love.
He was probably hitting the book so hard at Texas that he probably now with all that free time of not studying.
Yeah, now it could be worse. But so that's one of the guys that could secretly, like, I wanted to write about him helping his draft stock yesterday, but I couldn't because I know that talking to a few teams, they're down on him because they're really worried that he's not gonna be in the shape he needs to be in for an NFL game. Look, a lot of these guys are heavy, but if you're already, if the rumors are true that they played in the 370s and maybe even got heavier than that after the season, if those rumors are true, teams are going to be terrified that, let's give him more money and see what happens and free up his time and see if he has discipline now to do that. And so I think he's going to be hurt by that. He's still talented. I mean, he ran through people yesterday. He stopped trying to be cute and clever with pass rush, and pass rush drill said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to run straight through everybody. And he did. Just everybody. So if you have a question about any of these guys,
there's a question. Did LZ get a look at Candrell Butcher?
There's no such person as Candrell Butcher.
How about Jalen Smalls, Jalen McDougal, Aiden Bannistet, Krayshawn Abraham, and Juan Manuel Castillo?
All of those are good, pretty good names. I like Krayshawn. What is it?
Krayshawn Abraham.
Krayshawn Abraham could have played it. Maybe Krayshawn Abraham could have been maybe a guy from
Auburn, or he could have been
Krayshawn
Florida.
gives me an FCS vibe.
Oh, does it?
Krayshawn Abraham.
I don't know. With a
West
name like
Georgia.
Krayshawn.
Well, West Georgia. He came from Florida, but he was a Miami or a Florida guy. But he.
I could see him playing in Gainesville.
Well, he bounced. They couldn't. His grades were terrible, so he had to go to West Georgia and play there, football factory and in FCS. And then the other Castillo. That doesn't sound.
Juan Manuel Castillo.
Yeah, Juan Manuel Castillo could be a defensive tackle, but that's not.
He sounds like. Oh, speaking of which, the Astros.
Cabbage.
Trey Cabbage.
We got cabbage. Yesterday.
You like some coleslaw?
How
you like
cabbage.
your coleslaw?
26-year-old. We got a 26-year-old head of cabbage.
That's right. You damn right we do.
Let me tell you, the news went all the way down to Mobile.
He didn't.
Everyone was talking about. Did you guys hear what happened with cabbage? Like, what did they do with cabbage? Was it Moe's Barbecue? Like, no, the Astros picked up cabbage for a minor leaguer.
Yeah.
What were his slashes? I said, lowish.
208, 232, 321. To make room, they had to get rid of a guy named Declan.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a problem. We don't have a Declan anymore. That sounds like a real white guy. Declan Cronin. They also had to trade away a young guy who's got some arm. He throws in the mid 90s, but he's an A-ball guy. So, the Astros made a move yesterday. Trey Cabbage. He may not make it up to the big team, but it is something that actually happened yesterday.
When I see Astros announcements hits the email,
yeah,
and all it says is Astros acquire, and I'm like, whoa. And I open up my phone, like, who'd they acquire? Oh yeah, I've been wondering if Trey Cabbage.
Actually, I remember Trey Cabbage last year.
He played.
He played. He wasn't very good, but he played.
He's infield, outfield,
People
utility, like whatever.
Infield probably, but yeah. I mean, they're looking for a left-handed bat. I guess they're a little desperate. Trey Cabbage is what they came up with. All right, 726, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Travis, you're first up here. You got some questions about some guys that Lance can answer. Anybody else wants to get in, you got a question, you can do that as well. We were talking about Billy Brown yesterday here on the show, as a matter of fact, Aqueduct Plumbing. And we were talking about his golf game and how bad it is. We don't have to worry about him.
Now,
Tell you,
at the
you
simulator, can he hit it long like he could in the simulator? He had a pretty good pop on the simulator.
Did he?
Yeah.
You remember a lot
It
of
wasn't
them
always straight.
sideways?
Oh, well, some of it did go sideways, yes.
Yeah, remember a lot
But
of
when he hit it, when he connected,
when he connected,
he had some swing speed.
He did. No,
The sideways one, I
don't.
count. If the simulator didn't count it because it was so bad, I didn't count
All I'm saying is Billy would be starving right now if he had to make money off of his golf swing. Okay, but as far as plumbing goes,
No, he doesn't starve.
no, he doesn't starve. You know why he doesn't starve? Because he does it better. He just does it. Houston's premier repiping company is Aqueduct Plumbing. 281-488-6238. This is what they're awesome at. Listen, don't ask Billy to come and be on your foursome, because that's just not what Billy does. What
Now, do you
Billy
think
does.
all the advertisers like when John just takes shots at their
Well, you
personal
should have
golf
heard
game.
Houston yesterday.
He just took this. This is just a chance for John. John just waited and said,
Right.
I can't wait to wear this guy out on a commercial that he's going to pay for.
He referred to Houston Glover as four putt yesterday on the show.
Yeah, because
lag, lag.
4-putt. But Aqueduct Plumbing is the place to go. And put this number in your phone because you may need him. You never know when you're going to need a plumber. 281-488-6238.
Make sure that whether it's big or small, that Billy Brown is your guy. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com.
Currently, in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, one is a renowned forensic blood splatter expert, the other, an appointed master of haberdashery. It's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here. Let's get Travis in here. He's been waiting. He wants to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Travis, what's up?
Morning, gentlemen. I am so looking forward to the next couple of months. We're leading up to the draft. But I got a question on a couple of prospects. I want to know what y'all think about them, where they'll be drafted, if they fit in with the Texans. And that's Cody Schrader, running back from Missouri, and Trey Harris, wide receiver, Ole Miss. I'll hang up, man. Thanks a lot, guys.
I'm not a Trey Harris guy, so I'm passing on Trey. Although he does fit more. Well, actually, he does fit more in the Texans type of offense. So I shouldn't just say that. So maybe Trey does. Trey does some things down the field. He, if I remember correctly, he's kind of a ball winner, so he's okay. Cody Schrader, part of white boy draft season. I don't know what to tell you. There's another white running back. They're all over the place
Whoa.
now. All of a sudden, it's just white running backs and white cornerbacks all over the place.
I don't care.
White skill position guys. It's all black quarterbacks and all white wide receivers and corners now.
Why do you think
this is a truly diverse NFL that we're going to have.
Why do you think I have an issue with white players succeeding in positions they don't normally succeed in?
John just said, take that, Dell, or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why does he think I have an issue? I don't care.
Whitey getting it done. No.
Okay, great. I don't
get it done. Cody Schrader came from Division III. He was a running back from Division III. He walked on. He ran for like 5,000 yards at this Division III school. He went to the SEC because, Division III to SEC is a normal jump you see. Do you think he was a portal? Do you think they offered a scholarship? No, they're like, I'm sorry, you're Division III. He goes, I'll pay my own way. They go, oh, well, okay. We'll let you walk on, have a tryout. Now he's at the Senior Bowl, and he scored a bunch of touchdowns. And, Cody Schrader is a guy, he has some limitations, but plays really, really hard. He's more like a third or fourth rounder. He's a lot like Dameon Pierce. The Pierce thing, after having more conversations, Johnny Harris and I were talking about the X's and O's of Pierce. And Pierce is this scheme is just a real problem for Pierce. It's just not built for Dameon Pierce. I don't know what they do because the guy is a good runner when he is confident and hitting the track at a good pace. But if he's not, I don't know what his value is. Like, they had a Agumba Wale getting reps over him. Like, I don't know what they do with him. So, I can tell you, Johnny's like, I really hope they sign Motor. He goes, really. And I said, you think he's their number one priority? He goes, he goes, it would be mine. He said, because you don't have to think about it.
Yeah.
Once you have Motor, you don't have to think about running back. Like, you got a guy who plays on all three downs. He makes people miss when your offensive line misses the block.
Fantastic. That is interesting. Number one priority to sign. More than Jonathan Grenard?
Well, this is a great pass rush draft.
Yeah.
Like the Texans could look pass rush in the first round. They could look edge rusher in the first round.
They're looking defensive line. First round is going to be defensive line.
Yeah, the tricky thing is Byron Murphy.
But I thought it would be a guy in the middle.
Byron Murphy's going to go ahead of him. Latu, as long as his medicals check out, the pass rusher from Washington, it's literally like watching T.J. Watt. I mean, he's the most skilled rusher I've ever seen coming out of college. But he had a neck condition that Washington told him he had to retire from football, and UCLA said, you're fine. And so he went out and had double-digit sacks. 2 years that he played college football, dominant pass rush. And I'm like, I wonder who's going to be right here when the combine medicals pop up.
Yeah, what about that? I mean, that could be a problem.
Jared Verse, edge rusher from Florida State, will be gone. Like, I can't see the Texans trading up, although
no, but what about
they
in the
are
middle?
in position to win at a higher.
What about in the middle?
Tavondre Sweat, they would. Now, they could trade back and target a guy like Tavondre. And there are some guys in the middle who are decent. It's not a great defensive tackle draft.
That's where they need bulk. That's
where they do.
That's where they do.
Byron Murphy would be terrific for the Houston Texans, but he's also 295, 300 pounds. Like, he's not a big space eater. So you'd like actually a little bit bigger. Like, if Tavondre Sweat were 330 pounds or 340 pounds and in shape, man, he would be. I know that's early for a big nose, for a clogger, to get him in the 20s because they don't rush typically. But, man, that would be perfect. Like, that's one of those picks that you can say, you know what, we're actually getting pretty close. We just want to stop the run. We're going to do it with this one guy.
Well, maybe he'll get down by the combine, and he'll have a but you hate a guy that fluctuates so much.
Yeah, if he does that, is he is this just a simple? Like, is he just doing it?
Well, what's even worse
term?
is if he can't get down at all, though.
Yeah, but you got to stay true to look. There's other defensive players in the middle. You got to be true to. You got to be true to the best players on the board. Like, Texans still need a wide receiver. They still need to find a running back. You still may need to find an edge rusher.
Running back, though, you can find it.
You can find it, but if Jonathan Brooks were sitting there in the second round for the Texans, I know he had an ACL tear. I mean, there's other runners. I like Jalen Wright too, and that's the one thing about this offense. Zone scheme offense, you can go find guys. Just like you found Motor, you can go find certain guys make sense. Cody Schrader can play in a zone scheme from Missouri, so he actually fits. Like, he actually would fit the Texans, and he can catch passes. But Johnny and I had some interesting conversations about who he's not sure Dalton Schultz stays.
Well, no. How are you going to be sure about that? You got to pay him. The market value is 11.
He doesn't think Dalton is going to take any kind of a.
He ain't taking no hometown.
Look, he ain't going to be a hometown
He
discount
made
guy.
6.25 last year, and the market value is 11.
You know, they may take another shot at Sheldon Rankins. We'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, Sheldon was a 1-year guy. They may take another shot and say, Sheldon, we'll give you a 2-year deal.
Well, he's actually a guy right now on Spot Track anyway. They say he's actually a guy who might make a little less than he made last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that could be. He had an $11 million figure.
Yeah,
last
it's like
year,
9 something right now. The
Yeah.
value, market value.
Yeah.
So
Johnny thinks the value on Singletary is going to be $7 million a year.
that's up from 2 something.
He's a starter.
Yeah.
I mean, his agent's going to say, "Listen, we're not giving you back."
How about 5.5? We'll go 5.5.
Well, I mean, I'd say, how about I give you 2 at 12? A 2-12 deal. How about that?
That wouldn't be
$6
bad.
million a year would be
Yeah,
great.
That'd be great.
I might be willing to pay 14 though if you think he's that valuable.
Yeah.
Grenard's going to be the tough one because pass rushers get paid
Well,
on the
he's
open
going
market.
from 1 something to 10
And I
or
just
11.
And I just think Nico has got to get extended now. You can't let him get to the market.
Yeah, good luck with that too. I mean, that dude balled out like a 1. And what are you going to pay him?
But if he balls out like a 1 next
all
year,
of these people saying when you're going to have to jump up from Grenard from 1 point whatever to 11, you're going to have to jump up for Nico Collins from 3 to 9, 10, 11, whatever it's going to be. I mean, this is why all of that free agent money that they've got allegedly is going to be gone.
this is what I think I can share this with you. Something Nick told me that I had never really thought about all this time. He goes, one of the things I said, a lot of people talk about your cap space, but you don't truly have, like, you got to take care of your own guys. And he brought this up once again. I think I can talk, our conversation's off the record, but this is just basic math that we need to know about. He said, a lot of people don't really realize, or factor in that we got to have like $10 million left for moves during the year, for signing veterans, guys, when there's injuries, bringing in this player, bringing in that player.
Plus, there's the rookie cap that
making moves.
Yeah.
He goes, practice squads are bigger now. He goes, you got to save like $10 million. I said, well, what happens to teams who are over the cap? How are they going to get? He goes, well, you got to be under the cap by March. He goes, but everybody in the league has to. He goes, it's not talked about that much, but we all have to set money aside for these moves during the year.
Absolutely. I mean, how many moves? Look at the Derek Barnett move. If they didn't have any money, they wouldn't have been able to pick him up.
That's why some players will get cut.
Yeah.
In the middle of the year, you'll see a guy get cut, and sometimes they need money to free some money up.
738 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's get Jeff in here. Anybody else wants in? Someone
Like when you
3780.
see players, by the way,
3776 the number.
when you see
you want
guys
to get in here.
get bounced between active, inactive, cut, active, cut, pick back up, that's like money. That's just playing with some money to make sure they have money available.
Yep. Jeff, what's up? Jeff, are you there? No, Jeff.
Hello?
Yeah, Jeff. Jeff.
Yeah, I'm trying to ask Lance about Tyrone Bigsby out of Crackhead U.
Who? He's not. Stop. Did he just say the crackhead? He just said, yeah, Bigsby. That's the crackhead
He
from the
said
Chappelle
Tyrone
show.
Bigsby out of
Yeah.
Crackhead U.
There's
Tyrone
no
never went to school.
That's it, Jeff. Hang up.
He
on
was
Jeff.
one of those really talented dudes who couldn't put down the pipe, so he could never make it into college.
Out of
Yeah.
Crackhead U.
Yeah.
He's on the Chappelle show. Always
A reference
scratching his
from
neck.
23 years ago now, 24 years ago.
He is beyond draftable.
He's
Red flags all over for Tyrone Bigsby.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, Jeff.
Can't anybody have a serious? Can we have a serious?
Can we
conversation
have a serious conversation
anymore?
and not bring in crackheads?
Oh,
all the
Tyrone
time?
Biggums. Excuse me, not even
Yeah,
Bigsby.
Biggums. Yeah,
Tyrone Biggums.
He said Bigsby. I think
that's
didn't
what
he?
got me off. It's Tyrone Biggums.
Tyrone Biggums.
He didn't get in the Crackhead U.
Just Google Tyrone Biggums, and you'll see he'll have the red skull cap on. He'll have chalky white lips. and he'll
Ashy
be-
lips. Yeah.
Ashy lips,
What
which I
show
didn't know
was he on?
ashy lips were a thing.
Chappelle show.
Chappelle.
That's a 2 decades ago reference.
Yeah, but it's iconic.
Yeah, I just know you have a whole fan base of people offering you fake names. Tyrone Biggums is actually a real name, just not a real person.
He played ball, but he got cut
Yeah, the crack.
because of crack.
He couldn't pass the drug test.
Speaking of which, the
Crack?
Astros got crack. The Rockets got cracked last night by the
Yeah.
Pelicans. 110-99 was the final. They just couldn't do anything in the fourth.
Our
Man,
boy
they were
did not
bad.
have a great game yesterday, by the way.
Who, Şengün?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he didn't. What about Jabari?
Yeah.
Jabari was bad last night. Jalen Green, now another big game for Jalen Green.
I love this.
Now he's put 5 straight games together now.
Well,
Yeah,
he had an off night against Brooklyn, but I think it's 4 out of 5.
4 out of 5.
Yeah. What's happening right now is his trade stock is going sky high. This is great.
No, that's not what
I
is
thought
happening right now. Actually, how about if he's actually learning how to play in a team concept and is actually looking pretty damn good doing it? How about that maybe your number 2 overall pick is actually coming through finally?
He's got a big contract coming. Can't do it. Can't do it.
Did you hear? We played Kenyon Martin yesterday. Did you hear any of that?
I did, where he blamed everything. But he never said KPJ's name out loud.
He did say KPJ's name. It was KP. Yeah, it was KPJ.
I thought one of the other guys said KPJ.
Oh, well, he agreed.
He never.
He
never.
and he actually said it wasn't the whole locker room. It was one guy. It was one guy.
Well, one
KPJ.
other guy in there said one guy. He goes, one guy. Yeah. If they were kind of leading him, like I almost got the feeling some of them already knew the answer.
They knew the answer. They talked to him beforehand.
Yeah.
But he didn't want to. Yeah.
He didn't want to be the player that snitches out loud. But I also heard that maybe it was a good thing that the KJ Martin also was gone. Like I heard that maybe it was
KJ
okay
wasn't
that he was
happy
gone.
with his role. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Whether or not he was a cancer in the locker room, I don't know.
I just, I saw the battles being raged with Kevin Porter. There have been people who have raged some really dumb battles. The battle for Steven Silas that some people made.
Who did? No one
Oh, my
did that.
God. There are people on Twitter, yes.
No
that he was
one did
not
that.
given enough of a chance. He was this, he was that. Like, that's a terrible fight to fight. The KPJ fight was never a good fight. He was never a true point guard. So then it became, well, he needs to play, he's in a bad situation. He should be playing. There's certain guys you just don't want in your locker room.
Yeah.
And I know that Rockets will tell you he's a great kid and all this stuff, but I just still think he's volatile.
Management loved him.
They did love him,
Yeah.
but he's volatile, and I think you're already seeing certain guys just don't need to be there if you're trying to grow something.
Well,
to
see,
the
and
top.
he could have been Eddie Haskell too. With management, he's one way, and then when he's with the players, he's
yeah, and that's the
it's
thing.
awful.
That's the
His
thing is
influence
you may
is
not
awful. Right. So that could well be. And for those of you who don't know who Eddie Haskell is, he was on. Never mind. And Eddie Haskell means
You need
you're
to know
two-faced.
Eddie Haskell means a guy who is smooth
with the moms
to the
and
moms
dads.
and the parents
Yeah,
and
and
is
then
real
he's-
slick, but behind the scenes he's trouble.
He's an a-hole. So
Like
that
Dell is kind of Eddie Haskell-y.
he's really when Mr. Gow's around. How about Dell? Oh, hey, Mr. Gow.
When's
How
Mr.
are
Gow?
things?
When's Mr. Gow ever around?
Yeah.
And when
he
Dell's got
used
his
to-
own handshake with him where they do.
I'll tell you. I've told the story before.
You have the same birthday.
Yeah, which means he gets a cookie cake and I get a piece of it. But generally that's how it's gone. But
We get nothing for our birthday either.
Yeah, we get nothing.
What
At
are you
least you get
talking
a piece
about?
of cookie
no,
cake.
I appreciate. Yeah, Dell, come down and get a sliver of his cookie cake. Usually, when he was here, I would say, "Hi."
Not too big a sliver. There's lots of people here.
Well, exactly. I would say hello.
Salespeople, if they get there first, forget about
Yeah,
it.
forget about anybody getting. I would say hello, and you say hello, Dell. And I say hello, Mr. Gow, and I would say how you doing. Never got the how you doing back.
Well, that's
Well,
strategic.
that's
I would al-
conversation's over. Dell, how you doing?
I would say how you doing. He would never say it back.
but
No,
if
but he
somebody
said
asks
hello,
you,
Dell.
And I would say hello, and I say how you doing, Mr.
That's conversation enough.
All right,
That's all.
okay.
That's all I got time for all
I
that.
never thought about
now
that.
how am I going to tell
Does
you?
he- has he ever
I'm
done it to you?
fine. How are you?
now
I
let's
got-
look
I
at
got
this,
time.
John.
I'm busy
How often do
making
you think
money.
somebody's asked Dell? So hello, how you doing? And Dell says, fine, but he doesn't ask how are you doing. That's a standard for you. You're not going to keep the
that's
conversation
not true.
going.
That's not true.
I
You're
can
just
tell-
making that up.
I've never seen it
You don't
happen.
know.
Busy.
I've never
Man's
seen it
busy.
get that deep, but I know
How
that
many
that's how it would be.
You
That's
got
a lie.
time before your nap. Okay, he's got no time. He's out there making
He's
money.
in there brushing his teeth. He's got time.
No, that just gives you an example.
See?
Yeah, he brings the tooth. He brushes his teeth in
Of
there.
course
Yeah.
he does.
He's
because
got time.
meetings.
Hygiene matters.
If he's got time to brush his teeth in the bathroom, he's got
He's
time
busy brushing his teeth, and you're trying to talk to him
before he
Boy,
gets
that's
in there.
Rude. You're
Before
being
he
rude.
gets in there.
Okay.
Let the man take. Let the
he
man.
had too much
Cookie
cookie
cake.
Cookie cake.
He had to get the chocolate chips out of his teeth.
That's it.
You ate a sliver, you know.
Time for
Packed
you.
with chocolate chips.
Time for you to talk about being an underdog.
Underdog fantasy. So we got the big game coming up, and The thing with Underdog Fantasy is they let you play along, right? So you can play along with the game as you go with the Pick'em Challenge. What the Pick'em Challenge is you get to take a look at the statistics for all these different players that are playing in the game. I mean, a ton of different players are playing in the game. These are the statistics. What are we going to do here? Well, you're going to pick between 2 and 5 players in the Pick'em Challenge. You download the app. It's a great app, very well designed, easy to use. You find players that you like, their statistics either higher or lower. You've done the work on it. You've done the analysis, and you pick between 2 and 5. If you pick as many as 5 and you win 20 times, or in some cases more than 20 times your original play. You can pick just 2, and you're still going to win 3 times you're playing. Of course, with every additional one that you pick and hit, you win it escalates in terms of the multiplier that it's going to pay. And they also have an insurance feature in there where you can win just 3 out of 4 or 4 out of 5 and still get paid. It's completely legal here in the state of Texas, and it's real money. And it's a chance for you to hit it big. And this is great. When you make your first deposit and use promo code Lance, they are going to give you a special pick in your lobby where it's 0.5 yards. All you got to do is say higher than 0.5 yards passing or rushing, or 0.5 points in basketball. It's an easy winner. That's one they're giving you. So take advantage of that when you use promo code Lance. They'll match your deposit up to $100 on that first deposit. You must be 18 years older or 18 years or older to play. It is terms and conditions apply. It needs to be available in your state. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
John plus Lance equals a damn good start to your day. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
Get the 751 ESPN 97.5.
I had a veal parm sub yesterday. No, I'm going to tell you, the best Italian food is in Mobile, Alabama.
Get the
The
Mobile,
Italian-
Alabama,
The
Italian food.
influence.
Have you lost your mind?
The Italian influence there. King cake cannoli.
Stop
Forget about
already.
it. I didn't have it, but they had it, and I just
Stop
thought this
already.
is true Italian food.
Stop already with this stuff. Okay, you can't bring that back. Okay, the best Italian food
best
is
Italian-
in Mobile, Alabama.
The best Italian, fried cheese, mozzarella sticks is an Italian delicacy.
Stop. Yep. Okay, that's
From the
all.
hills of Napoli or whatever.
Yeah, it came right from the hills of Napoli. Fried cheese. Yeah, not Wisconsin. 752 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So if you want to get in here, talk to us about anything that you've heard so far, any draft questions. Are you about done with your? No, you're not even close to done. Looking at guys,
I'm only halfway through.
about
I
halfway.
still got another 250 to go.
But had
so-
you already seen all of your Senior Bowl guys?
Yeah, I'd seen there's like 3 late additions that I have to do. So yeah, I'd already seen all of them. I've written so many now that I couldn't even remember guys I wrote up. I'm like, I don't even remember this guy. Did I like him? I'd have to go back to my grades. Like, I don't even like him, and he's playing pretty good. Brownlee, I didn't remember this guy. So now I'm gonna have to go read my own scouting reports
So
again.
Brownlee ran a route for one of the receivers.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
that's
saw
right.
that.
Yeah, he did. Brownlee was like all over guys. I'm like, oh crap! I had to go dig around on him. Like, what's the deal on him? Oh, he went to Florida State, and yeah, that's right. I remember him now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I kind of liked him. I gave him a 5th round grade, but I kind of liked him.
So we haven't talked. It looks like all the Bobby Slowick's back.
Bobby Slowick's back.
Bobby Slowick's back. Gerard Johnson are back.
Yeah.
Both got raises from Cal. Cal put that money out.
I didn't think Slowick would leave this year. Well, I didn't think it was smart for him to leave this year.
No.
Definitely not for Carolina. So it's so funny. Same thing we think is what other people think. Carolina, people in the I talked to different people from a lot of, and I would talk about some of the coaching stuff and like, what do you, and we talk about this guy's going here, and especially GM candidates, like guys who interviewed for jobs, whatever. I talked to a couple of those guys, and one of them just said, I met with the owner over there. Or I said, what was the meeting like? One of them interviewed in Washington and said, owner was in on it. He goes, it was good. He goes, I really get a good feeling about Washington. Pretty stable organization, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, you got a new owner. I mean, Snyder's not there anymore.
Yeah.
So.
And he goes, but you
And
get
yet
the
they're
sense that,
still out there.
and I said, what about, it's probably going to be Vrabel or Dan Quinn. Then I said, what about Carolina? I asked another guy about Carolina. I said, was the owner in there? He goes, oh, yeah. I said, is the owner running there? He goes, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And I said, what do you think? He goes, it's going to be challenging.
Yeah.
He goes, that's a challenging job. He goes, why do you think the head coach came out of nowhere? Dave Canales from Tampa Bay. He goes, that was a guy who thought this may be my only shot coming from Tampa Bay as a coordinator. He said, that's not a job that a lot of people wanted, head coaches wanted. They may have interviewed there, but he said, I'd be shocked if head coach and guys said, yeah, I think our Texans guy, Bobby Slowick, he goes, if you're Slowick, that would have been he said, you want to talk about a dead-end job. He said, that job is not winnable in the next couple of years at all. Worst roster in football this is what a GM candidate told me. And they study rosters.
Yeah.
Especially for jobs they're going to have, and they said it's the worst roster in football right now.
Okay. So there's an article here right now. Patriots offensive coordinator job reportedly among NFL's least desired openings. I could certainly see it. I mean,
are you going to draft a quarterback again?
But they're going to get a quarterback.
I guess. Who are you going to get? Drake May? I don't have Drake May going 2. I think Drake May is going to slip. I have one team tell me they think he'll be the Will Levis, and he'll slip out of the first.
Wow.
I don't think that happens. I'm putting
now with Bo Nix being.
It's just not a personal. Dell, every time Bo, I don't know what is it that happened with you on a message board fight that you had. Why do you hate Drake May so much?
I don't hate him.
Is it because of this, like John always
Stop
does?
rubbing
with his
your forearms. It has nothing to do with what he looks like. I never believed.
You think he needs to move to slot wide receiver?
No, I just never.
He needs to move to punter.
I don't. Yeah, I think Drake May should play wide receiver in the NFL. I'm Bill Polian in a different form. I just looked at him and saw him as what are we talking about here? Why are people so enamored with him? He's a good football player, but top 2 overall, generational, blah, blah, blah. No,
Commander
never.
fans have already decided that this is their guy, so now they're fighting for him. Like, they'll fight anybody that says anything remotely negative or anything that they consider not positive about Drake May, because they've locked themselves into the same way Dolphin fans, the tank for Tua, some of them would do that, the same way some Texans fans were locking in on.
Well, Washington's taking Jaden Daniels.
Well, most people think it's Drake May. I put Jaden Daniels there.
Yeah.
I put Jaden
there's
Daniels
a lot of people. It's switched a lot.
Good.
Drake May is Jaden Daniels is now
He
the
should.
favorite at number 2.
That's because I had to send a tweet out last week saying, or 2 weeks ago saying, why is Drake, after I watched him, I'm like, why is Drake May considered the de facto QB2 in this draft?
Yeah.
Can somebody tell me why?
No, but you changed it. You changed the entire
I
landscape.
changed the whole narrative.
Yeah.
Same way I was able to stop. I stopped, with the help of Hannah, stopped, what's his name? The tyrant in the
Jack Easterby?
Jesus tyrant. Yeah, Jack Easterby.
Yeah.
It's
You
things
and
like that
Hannah.
in my city.
He's a busy bee.
Well. But the New England's
Hannah.
sitting there at number 3. I could certainly see them
Terrible.
doing Drake May.
Okay.
Right there.
I know.
Yeah.
What a nightmare.
Yeah.
Maybe, because he could be Drew Lock, but he could also be he could end up being a good quarterback. He could be. Everyone's going to say Josh Allen. When you want to make yourself feel better about a guy that's got some dodgy tape, you say, well, I mean, he could be the next Josh Allen. And that's what people use for Drake May is Josh Allen.
Oh,
and maybe,
what?
but I just think there's so
I don't
few.
see that.
There's so few Josh Allens. Well, he's 230. He's 6'4", 230. He's got a big arm.
He don't run like Josh Allen.
No, he does not.
No.
Oh, he's athletic, but he doesn't. Josh is different. Josh is built like
Josh runs
Josh is
people
built
over.
like what was Cam Newton. He's a different version of Cam Newton. There's very few of those guys.
If
that
Bo
play.
Nix didn't suck so bad this week, I could see them New England going, you know what? It's going to be Bo Nix there.
Yeah, but I got to do a mock draft right now. I got Marvin Harrison there.
Yeah.
I just couldn't.
Well, but they need a quarter. What are you going to do? No, you got to grab. What are you going to wait till the second round to grab a quarterback?
You can't draft a quarterback you don't believe in. I mean, they had Mac Jones fall to them, and they drafted him, and he was pretty good his first year. He looked like a game manager, one that you could win with. And then
he was a Pro Bowler.
Then he was terrible. And maybe they ruined it. Maybe they ruined Mac Jones because they gave him nothing. People fight and claw about Justin Fields has nothing around him. This guy has nothing around him. That guy has nothing. Some defensive guys calling plays.
Yeah, no. Somebody said, man, their best player right now on offense, it's awful. Their best playmaker is Demario Pop Douglas.
No way, that's their best.
Best play, according to an anonymous source, told Giardi, the best playmaker is a 6th round Lilliputian, Demario Pop Douglas. Sure, where do I sign up for that job?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
Bill
bad.
Belichick left them in tatters.
He ran that so poorly.
He left them in tatters.
Oh man, you got and any submarine Mac Jones by going Bailey Zappi, who was never going to be an NFL starter. So yeah, they need a quarterback. I mean, whether Mac Jones had help or not, to me, he's dead in the water as a Patriot. Maybe he's better with another team, but there's too much negativity there. You got to find another quarterback. If you're a third pick, you'll probably get your choice of the third quarterback. Are you okay with the third quarterback? I just don't think it's going to be Bo Nix now, the way he played. And you're right. It very well could be Drake May.
You know what? You never know who's going to be the best one, though. Was Lamar Jackson thought to be?
Lamar and Josh Allen. Yeah. Josh Allen was the third quarterback taken. Yeah. Lamar was the 5th quarterback taken. They're the two best.
And where were Deshaun Pat Mahomes?
Pat Mahomes was second to Mitch Trubisky.
Deshaun was
third.
Yeah. Yeah, so, I mean, you never know who's going to be the best.
Rarely is the first quarterback bright. No one's outplaying Trevor Lawrence. That ended up being a shaky quarterback draft. So no one's outplaying Trevor Lawrence. But you're right. I went back and looked at first quarterbacks taken. There's a lot of times first quarterbacks aren't even the best.
Yeah, no. All right, we got to talk a little QC Kinetics, and we'll get everybody in on the other side. 713-780-3776.
QC Kinetics, a company who really helped my wife. They helped her get ready for the Berlin Marathon. And they weren't specifically doing it for the marathon. They were just helping her with her knee health. For those of you who have knee, hip, back, shoulder, anywhere where you have chronic joint pain, inflammation, it's always hurting because it's always inflamed. You maybe have arthritis. man, they can make such a huge difference, And here's why. QC Kinetics takes the body's healing power, and then they jumpstart it. That's all they do. They take it, they jumpstart it, and then they put it back into the joint, and from there it starts to reduce inflammation and starts to regenerate and restore lost or damaged tissue. And that is what helps you get mobility back. That's what helps to minimize that chronic mobility comes back, range of motion can come back. So make sure that before you go to steroid shots, which are temporary, surgeries, which a lot of doctors hate doing, the pain medicine, the time off from work after surgeries, why don't you take a look at QC Kinetics? They've got a proven track record, and it really, really works. And there's no shots, no downtime. It's awesome. QC Kinetics, 4 locations here in Houston, qckinetics.com.
Why did you call the show yesterday? And then you hung up.
They screwed it up. It was supposed to be, I said, can I talk? Hey, this is Lance. Let me talk to Sean. And the intern put Lance up there, and y'all saw it and came on. It's supposed to be secret. What was going to happen was I was going to patch into the show through the little, the little app that we have.
Yeah.
I was just going to have him just turn me on, and I was just going to go real quietly.
Steve Francis.
And y'all wouldn't have known, like, what the hell was that?
Yeah.
And I was going to talk on the show and, like, be part of the show without you guys figuring out, like, what the hell is going on? Y'all would have never guessed. Y'all would have never
we would have
figured it out.
known. We would have known.
Yeah, that would have been wonderful.
Yeah, that would have been great radio.
Yeah.
So sorry the interns
Yeah.
screwed that up.
Yeah. It was going to be a great
actually
bit.
saved the show.
Thankfully.
We have a new segment now.
What is it?
Sean's going to bring in all of Paul's sound at 9:30, and we're going to play Paul's whole show before he comes on.
He did that yesterday. I didn't like it, but Sean was like, sure, let's do it.
Sean was like, and he tells like, you're his producer. You got to work.
Paul tries, okay?
Yeah.
Don't screw it up
but
for
when
somebody
he
who
does
tries.
his southern lawyer accent, we got to play that on our show as a preview, or just to make fun of it.
Well, he's already recorded stuff like that?
Yeah.
So he is really trying.
Yes, he comes in and actually records stuff like that.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Don't ruin his bits.
No,
You want to try to play it first?
Yeah, we'll play him all this stuff first.
What a bad teammate.
Great teammate.
It's
a
guy.
preview for his show.
Oh, that's
Okay?
true. That
It
is true.
Yeah.
Not playing it all.
Well, that's what you sold it as at first, but when we closed out the show, well, you don't really have to listen to Paul's show. We just played all his stuff.
Oh, that's not what he just sold me as.
I know.
It's a preview turned into you don't have to listen.
You know, you heard it all already.
Wow.
Bad person. Dave he's got a draft question for Lance. Hey, Dave.
Good morning, guys. LZ, well, John, you can answer this question as well. You got the number one overall pick. Who you picking? Meg Thee Stallion or Nicki Minaj? I'll hang up and listen.
Stallion.
Easy. That's done.
Yeah. I'm not
They
messing
got
with
they got beef, right?
They got beef, and I think tomorrow, they have both put out diss tracks, so I'm going to have each
Wait a
of you
minute.
read
I
one
thought
of the...
does Nicki still have, or Nicki's fans have beef with Cardi's fans?
Yes, but the most recent hip-hop...
What happened lately while I was in Mobile?
They have an issue with each other. It started before you went to Mobile, so you guys are going to read the lyrics from each of their diss tracks.
Does it have to do with Butts or Tory Lanez?
Maybe. We'll find out tomorrow.
We'll see tomorrow.
And
we will read the lyrics.
I just know that that's real. What's going on with Megan?
What's she doing?
Everything is. That's real.
That's real. Yeah.
That's legit.
No. Megan Thee Stallion. It's easy.
Yeah, that's an easy.
That's an easy
for
pick.
me.
You picked the local girl.
Well, I just picked the right pick.
Well, she's local too.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that.
Projects
I'm just telling you.
Local, projects well, talented.
Yeah, right.
The whole thing. She checks a lot of boxes.
Yeah,
She would have slid into your DMs like Tank did with the Texans and go.
What about what
pick me.
Shannon Sharp wants to do?
I'm not repeating what he says.
Let's get Bobby in here. Hey, Bobby.
Yes, who's back? No. Bobby's back. Bobby's back. Bobby's back. You're welcome,
It's
Houston.
cocky Bobby Slowick
Glory
again.
be to Houston. Glory be to Houston. The greatness that is Bobby Slowick is back in the house. You're welcome, Houston. Rejoice.
Bobby.
That's
Okay.
not Bobby
Cocky
Slowick.
Bobby Slowick. Do you was there? I noticed a lot of fans were blaming you somehow for the playoff loss. They thought you had a terrible game and that you were the one. Did you think some people thought that killed off your head coaching chance? Is that what happened? Did they just get killed off?
Oh, I'm sorry that I can't. I'm sorry. I coach plays. I call offensive plays. I don't call, hey, let's not jump offside 16 times and a half with these suckers who can't hear over the crowd noise that I had pumped into the game. Come on.
I'm
Get
sure.
your mind correct. Give me a good question.
How come you didn't get a head coaching job? You're so good. I don't get it.
I'll tell you why. I walked into Carolina. I said, Tepper, you want to know what's wrong with this organization? I hung up the phone and I sent him an Amazon package the next day. It was the cheapest mirror I could find. I said, you sucker.
Cocky Bobby Slowick with us.
Cocky Bobby Slowick is so disrespectful.
Oh my
you
God.
sent a cheap mirror to the owner and said, "This is why you sucker." You said "sucker" to an owner.
That's right. Right. He
Oh.
needs to hear from somebody. You got a bunch of yes men sitting around him. Who do you hire? Some sucker from Tampa can't even draw up a play on a pee-wee football team, and he's trying to coach in the NFL. It's laughable.
So you got some more money this offseason too.
That was nice.
Cal said, "Hey, I'm gonna pay me."
They
some
recognize your value.
Yeah, recognize.
You know where that money's going, boys? You know
Where?
where that money's going? It's going to my bank. But I'm going to be in the lab. I'm going to be drawing up new plays, new schemes, new zone blocking schemes that are going to blow your mind. They're going to change the game. They're going to make everything different. The world is not going to be the same now that Bobby Slowick's back in Houston. That money's going away, but they don't change me.
I thought
It
you were going
keeps
to
me
say
the
jet
same. I'm
skis.
staying humble and great.
Oh, he's
Humble
good.
and great.
Cocky Bobby Slowick is going to
He doesn't sound like
humble
Bobby
and
Slowick.
great.
He sounds different when
That's
he's cocky.
why this is Cocky Bobby
Yeah,
Slowick.
that's
He
right.
sounds like more of something.
Sucker.
He must sounds like something to be on Righteous Gemstones. Isn't it? What's the guy's name? Thanks for calling. We're really glad to have you back.
Yeah.
Congratulations on the new money and get back in that lab. Like you say, he's getting back in the lab for some zone blocking schemes and
Humble but great.
Yep.
Humble but
great.
Well, yeah.
He's going to stay that way. Thank
Cocky
you,
Bobby.
Cocky
You're
Bobby
welcome.
Slowick.
I'm out. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Bobby Slowick. That's cocky Bobby Slowick.
What's his name on Righteous Gemstones?
Baby Billy.
Yeah, Baby Billy. That's what he sounds like, Baby Billy. The one who says, "You're a toilet baby."
Oh, is that the one?
That's Baby Billy.
Baby Billy.
That's Baby Billy. He's got that. He's got Ric Flair. Like, there's definitely a mid-south. There's definitely a TNN old school.
Is there some Dusty Rhodes in there?
Dusty,
too?
there's definitely some Dusty Rhodes in there. The American Dream, Bobby Slowick. He just doesn't have a little bit of a lisp. Have y'all ever seen the Dusty Rhodes basketball highlights? He played in some basketball charity game, and Dusty Rhodes had a step back three.
No.
Dusty Rhodes could ball. He's just this fat guy on like ballerina feet.
I
Just
gotta see this.
great movement. Oh, you got to see it. It's insane. But that's definitely Baby Billy meets Dusty Rhodes. That's who Cocky Bobby
Dusty
is.
Rhodes basketball is the third thing that comes up.
It's I couldn't believe what I was seeing. You could tell this guy used to be able to play.
Oh, my goodness. He got a jumper, bro.
Yes.
He got a jumper. All right, let's get Derek in
You
here.
want some of that? Step back three, baby. Dusty Rhodes with a Euro step.
Jared, what's going on? Or, excuse me, Derek, what's going on?
Hey, how you guys doing this morning?
Good. How are you?
All right. Hey, I just want to ask you guys a quick question. I'm from the old school guard a little bit, and I wanted to ask a question about Nick first, and then about our GM, and then about Joe Gibbs. But the one about Nick, Lance, I don't know if you got a chance to ask him or not, or what. I want to see what you guys thought about this. Is that when he left the Patriots, was he that important to them? Because it seems like that's when their talent level and picking later in the draft started suffering. And then it just seems like when he left and he came here, the fortunes changed for us, not just this year. You could see some players, with Jalen Preacher his first year looking good and all that. I just think that Nick was that important to the Patriots. And then the Joe Gibbs question is, why don't we hear about his tree? I mean, I came from, that old school of knowing what he did, winning with 3 different quarterbacks. What happened? Is that tree the Shanahan tree, or what is it? Who is Joe Gibbs? And is any of his coaches still around? And I hang up and listen.
I don't know. It is weird. Joe Gibbs had tremendous success. You don't really hear about Joe Gibbs that much anymore. Like, there's a respect out there for him, but he doesn't live
He
on.
won 3 Super Bowls with 3 different quarterbacks.
I know.
That
And there's
ain't
some
easy.
guys who weren't great quarterbacks.
No.
Mark Rippon?
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, Theismann, Rippon.
yeah. Now,
and
maybe it's who's the third?
Jay Schrader?
No, Doug Williams, right?
Doug Williams.
Yeah.
Doug Williams.
But I guess Doug Williams might be in the Hall of Fame, but Theismann's not a Hall of Famer, is he?
I don't think Doug Williams is in the Hall of Fame.
May not be. I don't know. But I know this much. I don't know. For some reason, he doesn't get talked about that much. And he did have a coaching tree. I don't know who's left. I got to go look at the prongs of the tree to see if Shanahan ever worked under
Oh, maybe he is.
Joe Gibbs.
College Football Hall of Fame. He's not in the Pro Football.
I got to go look. That's interesting about Joe Gibbs, because Joe Gibbs, and Joe Gibbs is still active in racing. He got into racing, and that's that. Like, he
And he kicked ass in that, too.
yeah, he kicked ass in that too.
That's what he does.
As far as Nick Caserio, they're picking, to be honest with you, Nick was there when it was all going downhill. Nick was in the middle of all that, too.
I don't think you can blame or credit Nick Caserio for anything because Bill Belichick made all the decisions.
Well, this is the problem is Nick had been with them for about 20 years. When Nick left, he may not have had anybody that he truly trusted, and it may have been Bill alone. Do you know that teams in the NFL don't think Bill Belichick's coming back to coach?
Well,
I thought that Bill would end up at Atlanta. And one of the guys with very close knowledge of Atlanta said, yeah, the owner wants something that's more of that it's more open. The decision-making is open. There's more voices that are heard. And Bill Belichick is the exact opposite of that.
Yep.
Exact opposite of that. He also told me that the what's his name? Rich McKay being demoted from football stuff, that was a little bit overrated. He really wasn't involved in a ton of football stuff. But this guy's comments to me were that, and he's a former GM, he said, Bill Belichick only knows one way.
Yep.
I
don't think he can play.
I don't think
he can't play nice with
others. He said,
others.
Lance, he's 72 years old. Like, how long is he going to – who's going to want to give him control of everything?
Right.
He goes –
and by the way,
he goes, nobody cares about him winning the record.
No.
Because no one cares about him winning the record. They just care about
winning.
They got to try to win.
All right, we got to break it. 713-780-3776. You got a full board. As soon as somebody gets off, you can get in. But we're taking all your calls. On the other side, John Daspit, he takes calls too.
Yeah, John Daspit takes a lot of calls. Give him a call at 713. I was about to give our number out. 713, call now. So, personal injury lawyer, that's what John Daspit does. He used to work at Fulbright Jaworski. For those of you who know anything about the legal world, incredibly highly regarded legal firm. He went to law school at University of Houston, got 2 degrees at University of Texas. He is proud graduate of both locations, and he went to work at Fulbright, was very successful at Fulbright, and decided he wanted to start his own company, and that's what he did. And he actually brought over some lawyers with him from Fulbright Jaworski who are still with him today, and they're high up on the food chain. But what they do is they have a team of talented lawyers, and they really fight for you. They listen to people who have had injuries, and they take a look at the situation, and they will fight for you to make sure that when you have to pay for all these medical bills, and you're hurt so bad that you can't go to work, how are you going to pay those bills off? And who's going to take care of those bills? Your time off from work, physical therapy, surgery, and I haven't even gotten to your pain and suffering. John Daspit will, the Daspit Law Firm. They will fight for all of those areas, and they're extremely good at it too. They understand how you're supposed to be compensated for all those things that were never your fault, and they fight for you to get the maximum of what you have coming to you, depending on your injury and what the issues are with your bills. They're so good at making sure that you are the one that are taken care of, not the insurance company. They're fighting for you to make sure that you don't come out of pocket for anything ever. It's the Daspit Law Firm. 713, call now or go to daspitlaw.com.
All right, Champion Energy is what I'm talking about now. I'm talking about your electricity bill. I'm talking about you getting your electricity perfectly every time. I've never had an issue. The only time I've ever had to call Champion Energy is when I moved. So here's the deal: is Champion's great. Champion, I know I've saved a bunch of money over the years because of Champion Energy. If you're somebody that is not happy at all with your electricity bill, check it out. Check out Champion Energy. I'm telling you, when your contract is up, they will tell you that they've got a better rate for you. Nobody else does that. Champion Energy will actually say, hey, there's a better rate out there. Let's get to it right away. That's what they do every single time. They do that with me. They'll do that with you. Champion.energy/1560. Champion.energy/1560.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance and the same five guys who always call. Oh, yay.
That's not true. That is not true. We got
That's
new
not true.
callers.
Yep, let's get Gilbert
Cocky
in
Bobby
here.
Slowick.
Yeah,
We've
let's get
got-
Gilbert in here.
No, that's
Oh, no.
Tom,
Cocky
Brandon,
Bobby Slowick
Wood.
is but the real Bobby Slowick is he's not cocky at
No,
all.
Not at all.
He's humble. But the real Bobby Slowick is not.
And that
some
doesn't
kind
take
of cocky.
any
I don't
credit ever.
understand why cocky Bobby Slowick calls our show and tells the owner that he has to hold up a mirror to his face. That
Yeah.
he orders from
Sucker.
Dave Tupper.
Sucker.
I had no idea that cocky Bobby Slowick is from the deep south.
No. Let's get Wood in here. Hey, Wood.
What's going on, fellas?
How you doing?
So I
man?
was curious, man. I'm doing well, thank you. So I was curious if Chicago could be potentially faced with a situation like Carolina was last year and kind of be forced to take Caleb Williams instead of sitting pretty like the Texans did and being able to take the right quarterback. I'm just curious what you guys
Well, hold
think.
on. I want to get what you mean here. Do you mean like they feel like they've got
They got no choice.
They've got no choice but
Yeah,
to
like
take
in
him?
a
But
sense,
who
they
do you
have
think
no
the
choice
quarterback
but
they
to-
would
but
like?
to take him.
Yeah, but who do you think they would
opposed
like
to
better?
maybe taking it. Man, that's the thing. I mean, maybe you don't want somebody that kind of fits the same mold as Justin Fields, but
Yeah.
Caleb Williams is kind of that. But, it's always potentially a gem in the draft. But, it seems like kind of Caleb Williams is already the pick that's kind of being made for them.
think so. I think so too. But you actually do you want Justin Fields? No. But do you want Pat Mahomes? Yes. And so you do like guys to extend and move around. Justin just has never become a good pocket passer. Caleb Williams comes in as a better pocket passer. I'm just going to tell you the truth. On tape, Jaden Daniels was better on tape this year. But I brought this up to multiple people, and I mean, I'm going to tell you what, NFL teams have made their mind up on Caleb Williams, and they don't seem bothered by the things I got really bothered by how he didn't stay on schedule at all. I played a ton of hero ball, took all the plays off schedule, and I was told by one guy, go back to Oklahoma. First of all, I thought, oh, my God, I got to go back 3 years. He said, go back to Oklahoma with Lincoln Riley, same offense, and go look at him when he didn't feel like he had to do everything. And he goes, and yes, maybe he developed some bad habits. Success brought some bad habits. He goes, but the bad offensive line he had this year brought a lot of bad habits. And this is a team that's not even going to draft quarterback. And so I do think.
What about the flashes?
Well, flashes are really good.
Yeah.
Just like Pat Mahomes. I was down on Pat Mahomes, like throws off platform, makes bad decisions. He's going to become a generational talent. This is what a generational talent looks like, Pat Mahomes. And so.
Well, not with his shirt off.
The comp is.
Did you see that?
No.
Oh.
Pat's not a body guy.
No. Well, you saw quarterbacks how hard he works for him to have that.
Yeah.
Bod. He's got a dad bod, actually.
Yeah.
They're.
He's a dad.
Yeah. No.
I get you. That doesn't surprise me though.
It doesn't.
That doesn't surprise me. No.
I mean, this is bad.
I
It's
kinda
as
like
bad as Mac Jones or
the two greatest quarterbacks. Well, I shouldn't say the two for sure, but two of the greatest quarterbacks of all time are going to end up being Dad Bod Brady and Dad Bod. Not Brady worked on his body to get better, but it's still Dad Bod Brady and Dad Bod Mahomes.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you don't want guys who are ripped. I can tell you who looked great with the shirt off is Will Levis or with the short sleeves, Will Levis, Anthony Richardson. Well, let's see how those guys do. C.J. Stroud's not a great body guy either, by the way.
No.
When you stand next to him, I was next to him with comment. I'm like, well, Anthony Richardson and Levis made everybody look bad. You didn't stand next to those two guys. Bryce looked like a skater. I mean, legitimately, he had his hoodie on. He had like a backpack. Like, oh my God! And this is when I'm watching him, and he's my number one. Like, he's my number one. No, he wasn't.
Yeah, he was your.
He was my number one quarterback. I don't know if he was my number one player in the draft. No, Jalen Carter was. And I'm like, oh my God, Jalen does look like he looks like a skater, but still.
Who, Bryce? Yeah.
I'm sure he'll be fine.
Yeah.
And the other guys look like big quarterbacks, and then the skater punk is out there not throwing to anybody. Because you know why? Because it would have hurt him to throw out there next to those guys. Richardson, Levis, and Stroud, and then you got Bryce.
Yeah.
And Bryce throws okay.
He throws okay.
Kyler Murray actually throws better than Bryce.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's get Tom in here. Hey, Tom.
By the way, Bears, to me, they are going to get locked in on Caleb.
They're done.
I don't think
That's
they can.
done.
They got to move on and get a rookie contract.
They're done. That's done. They're going to take him. There's no question. What up, Tom?
Morning, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call. I was wondering if you guys could break down the draft prospect from Texas State, linebacker Brian Holloway, coming off the MVP of the Serve Pro First Responder Bowl.
First Responder Bowl. Yeah. Who was the MVP in that one?
The linebacker from
Carroll
Texas
Templeton?
State. He said.
He's lying. He's trying to trick me.
No, he was.
No, it's a real player.
What's his name?
Brian Holloway.
Oh, yeah. I'll probably get to him in April when I'm doing my final.
If he was the MVP of the First Responder Bowl.
Do you think Tom, knowing what you know about Tom, do you think Tom deals in the world of MILFs?
Yeah.
Tom deals in the world of salacious after-party activities
Tom
where
sounds like
people
he's a Texas State guy that learned his trade
you know what Tom
with
does?
the MILFs
What do you know
at Texas State where there's a lot of hotties.
That's true. But do you think Tom is the guy that I go to with, and then at the end of this party, there were these two girls who were like, one of them was a divorced lady who I knew, and the other one was a coworker. That's what I go to Tom for.
Right.
I don't go to him for like, what about a Texas State linebacker? Like, what about that lady with the ankle bracelet?
Well, yeah.
And the toe ring? What about her?
That tramp stamp. What about that? What about that tramp stamp?
What about the one who tried to have it removed after she got married? Gentlemen, I never run into a mom. We never hear from him until it's, what did you learn?
Yeah, what did you learn?
What did you learn this week?
Well, he had basically one sentence here.
Never get involved with a woman who has tried to have a tramp stamp taken off through tattoo removal process. Like, I don't know what that means, but I don't want
I don't want that either because I don't know about that site. Let's get Brandon in here. Hey, Brandon, what's going on?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Lance, what's the legitimacy in my Wolverines actually breaking that draft record for most players drafted from one team this year? I know Harbaugh was talking about it, but what do you think?
Oh, man. LSU's got the record or Georgia?
It was Alabama the following year, wasn't it?
I think it was Georgia the
Oh,
following
I thought it was Georgia.
Georgia.
Well, after Alabama, it was after
19
LSU,
was LSU, and I think 22 was Georgia.
Well, I thought 20 was
Nakobe
Alabama.
Dean, Quay Walker.
Yeah.
No, Alabama.
Yeah, 20
I don't know
was
if Alabama beat.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Georgia holds the record now. I can't imagine, like.
Who's going to beat them?
I don't know that anyone can. Georgia had punter drafted. Like, they had every.
Huh.
Here's Michigan. Michigan could have one wide receiver, one running back, one quarterback. Henderson's probably not getting drafted. I watch him at Senior Bowl. Keegan will get drafted. One of your guards. Zach Zinter will get drafted. That's 5. You could have 2 edge guys drafted. 7. Maybe 2 linebackers. We're up to 9. A cornerback.
Oh, it was 18 Alabama. So it goes Georgia 2022.
Yeah.
Ohio State 2004. LSU 2020. Alabama 2018.
How many did Georgia end up with?
Georgia ended up with 15, which is one more than Ohio State and LSU.
Yeah, you're not. Your tight end could also get there, but no, you're not. You're not going to get to 15. That's interesting. Though I got to look through this. I hadn't really thought about it.
Is there anybody that's going to have 15?
Yeah, but they actually have some.
Who?
Michigan's got a high number. Like they've got a lot more than you probably think.
Well, with the 2 running is Donovan Edwards coming back?
No, yeah, he's coming back.
He's coming back.
So you're not going to have that. That's the tricky thing. Is like Michigan or Georgia had like 2 tight ends get drafted that year. You know, things that don't usually
they would have
happen.
2 running backs.
But I'm looking at Michigan right now, so I've already got. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 prospects with draftable for sure, and there's a couple other to look for. So, no, I don't think you're going to get there, but
You're going to be you couldn't land in 5th or 6th place all time.
how many did
12
Alabama have?
Bama had, and Ohio State had 12, and they're 4 and 5.
Ooh, they may be able to get that.
They might be able to get there. 831 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5
Man, Harbaugh did a good job.
Have you thought about the Jim Harbaugh implications of this? Maybe he picks a couple of his own guys late.
Oh, yeah, I'll wait.
Yep.
Butch Davis did that to my dad. My dad, his first year with Butch Davis goes, my dad wanted this kid named Eric Heitman, who ended up being a longtime starter for the 49ers from here.
And
my dad wanted him in the last round, and they were going to give it to him. And then he goes, hey, Larry, Butch wants to know if you would mind if we just drafted Joaquin Gonzalez. He's a tackle from Miami to break the record for most players, drafted and whatever. Is in 2001. Could he just draft Joaquin Gonzalez? This is my dad's first year in the NFL. He goes, and my dad had looked at him. He didn't like it that much. He goes, yeah, that's fine. I don't care. Like year 2, my dad's starting Joaquin Gonzalez due to injuries and this guy's getting his ass kicked all over the field. They lose a game.
And
Joaquin gave up 3
played
sacks
forever for San Francisco.
I know, and he goes, I learned my lesson. Don't ever just give in, because the guy you draft, you may have to coach, and how you are as a coach is going to be tied to how he plays.
And what you have as a car is going to be tied to John Clay Wolf. Okay, because John Clay Wolf will give you all that money for your vehicle. John Clay Wolf does this every single day. John Clay Wolf is awesome at it. John Clay Wolf has been doing it forever. John Clay Wolf is one of the biggest in the world. It's givemethevin.com. When you're going to sell your vehicle, I don't care what it is. I mean, he's not really high on EVs, but see what he'll give you. You don't know. You don't know what he's going to give you. Nobody knows what they're going to give you. What I do know is that he's going to pay you more. What I do know is that John Clay Wolf has been doing it forever. John Clay Wolf says, if I cannot beat CarMax, I'm going to send you $100. And you know what he never does? Sends you $100. You're looking for the best way to sell that vehicle. Doesn't matter what it is, but, well, it's got to be pretty nice. It can't be a beater, a $1,000 car. He just ain't doing that because he can't sell that at auction. What he does is he turns it around, he sells it at auction, but he sells it for less because he pays more for it. So John Clay Wolf ain't worried about that profit. John Clay Wolf is worried about getting all those vehicles in, and he gets a bunch in because he gives more at givemethevin.com. That's givemethevin.com.
The recipe is simple. Take 1 part John because you know what you're going to get. And add like 50 parts Lance because you never know what you're going to get. Spike the spice with some Del Olaleya, and damn, it tastes like the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind Jonathan Brooks if you want to tell the truth about that. Jonathan Brooks would be nice. What round is Jonathan Brooks going in?
Probably 2, I think.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I think late 2. ACL tear, but it should be clean and ready to go.
He's so good, though.
He's really talented.
Really talented.
Really talented. So, yeah, I think he'll be a late second, mid to late second.
Yeah.
He's talented. He's a good player. Can catch the ball too.
Yeah.
It would be nice, but running back, I mean, I almost rather you just spend a little money on motor and then go add another rookie running back later in the draft and, go from there. Pass rush, there's a growing sentiment that Jonathan Grenard is going to be gone. There are teams around the league that I think are going to target him. He has had injuries, multiple years. He's missed time. Missed time this year with injuries as well. The amount of money you're going to have to pay him, you got to remember that anybody you pay is going to be, before you know it, C.J. Stroud's contract's going to be up, and he's going to be getting paid $60 million a year. So I think that I think he walks. I think he wants top value, as he should. And I think the Texans move on from him and go try to find a pass rusher in the draft. That's what I think ends up happening.
Yeah. That's, defensive line is a high priority. D'Amico said it in his parting press conference. We have got to beef up that defensive line.
I think inside linebacker is, too. I don't think Denzel Perryman's good enough for who you want to be now.
Yeah.
He was for last year. Who you want to be now, I think, for me, Cashman, and I love Cashman and Christian Harris on the field. And you got to pay Cashman, by the way.
Yeah.
Which I think you'll be able to.
He's not going to break the bank. But
No. But he should have played himself into some money this year.
Yeah, and listen, he'd be dumb to leave this with D'Amico in this scheme because
this is good for him.
He was great. Who's next up? It is Chris. Chris, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show. Welcome back, Lance. Hey, a quick question. I was watching NFL Network yesterday, and they had Daniel Jeremiah. I don't know, it was 3 guys in the booth, and Jerome Solomon, I think, and they were talking about Tavondre Sweat being the 49th ranked prospect. I just felt like he was higher than that. My question is, even though he may be ranked 48th or 49th, if he's somebody that D'Amico is looking for as far as like clogging up the middle, he can really free up his linebackers to kind of, be the Ray Lewis's. How does that factor into a coach's draft board? They may say he's not going to be there in the second round, but so we have to take him in the first. I just wanted to hear your thoughts. Do you think that's too low of a rank, and then how that factors into a coach's thought process?
No, I've got him ranked a lot higher. On tape, he's a lot better than the 49th player. I think DJ's factoring in the weight being an issue for him now. If you missed it, NFL people talked about going into Texas and Tavondre Sweat's weight being in the 370s that he played. And then there's talk about in training his weight's been close to 390. If that rumor is true, and even in the 370s, man, that is a huge concern for teams because he's not, even though he's got a good bull rush, he's not going to play. He's going to play limited downs. So if you get a guy who plays limited downs, you don't play him on pass rush downs. So now he's playing limited downs. You're worried about weight with him, and is he going to keep his weight under control? It scares teams. That's why I don't think he goes in the first round. However, if you get a space eater, John, you and I, maybe Chris, you're old enough to remember when it was Tony Saragusa and Sam Adams in the middle for Ray Lewis. They wouldn't let anyone climb up on Ray Lewis. Ray was running and hitting everything. There's a huge advantage to having a big, strong guy. If he's a natural 340 and looks good, and he's carrying the weight well and all that stuff, then Tavondre Sweat would have tremendous value for particular teams. For teams who are good and want to get even better defensively, man, it's kind of a niche pick. You say, well, we're just drafting a guy to stop the run, and he's not even going to play all 3 downs. Yeah, but you know what he does? Your linebackers are cut free. Like, if you know you can't run between the guards very effectively, that adds tremendous value to a team, especially a good team, who wants to get to a great level. So I don't think he goes in the first. I think the weight's going to sink him. I do think he goes in the second, though. But for me, the value he can have, I think the value in my scouting report that I wrote up, like the value he offers is specific to teams that want to clog the drain as run stoppers and then become a really good team. Like once you can't run, we've got pass rushers. You want to build one good drain clogger in the middle, and then you get pass rushers who know you have to throw the football, and now you got problems. And now your cornerbacks, their lives are so much easier. But Sweat, no matter how talented he is, if teams don't think he's got the discipline to stay committed to what he has to
it's risky.
to stay in the league, it is very risky.
Risky. A guy who can't control his weight, a guy who
He didn't weigh in at the Senior Bowl. I've never seen that before.
really.
He wouldn't weigh in. I don't know if he wouldn't or what, but his weight, his height, weight, length, and all that stuff was not measured there. Everyone else gets weighed, height, weight, arm length, hands. Sweat, completely empty.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, wow.
Is it because the scale couldn't handle it?
Mate.
Who are we
Take him
what
to
are
a
we
weigh
shaming
station.
now? Take a,
There's got to be one. It's in Mobile.
take him to a weigh station. You co-sign this, Dell? Of course you do.
I mean, I started it. I kind of led him there.
Keith wants to talk about the NFL draft. Hey, Keith.
Hey, guys. Love the show. Welcome back, Lance. I'm a big Blake Corum guy. Obviously being a Ravens fan, but obviously Devin Singletary is potentially going to walk from the Texans. Does Blake Corum to the Texans make any sense? And second question, do you think Siobhan Cordero, former Hawaii and San Jose State QB, gets drafted? Thanks, guys.
No on the second one, if that's even a real person.
No one knows.
No one knows. Not even me. Probably not even John Harris or Greg Cosell or Dane Brugler. But the other thing is, Blake Corum is just, to me, he's just okay. A ton of his touchdowns, he plays real hard, fights hard. Got some Dameon Pierce to him, runs hard. He's a nice player. I don't know that he's a huge difference maker. 17 of his touchdowns were from 3 yards or less. Like, he got he's good around the goal line, but he didn't have a ton of explosive plays. So he's going to run fast. He'll run about 4.44, but he doesn't excite me too much. Like, I'm not taking him in the first 3 rounds. Blake Corum, to me, is somebody I'd take in the
Plus,
fourth.
he's had injury concerns.
Yeah, I'd take him. Maybe I'd think about it in the 4th. He went in the 5th, maybe, but he's not special. He's a tough player.
Do you
good
need
runner.
somebody special here? I mean,
No.
Devin Singletary's not special.
No, you don't. Yeah, but he's got some special things, qualities. His
Well,
make
he's
you
just-
miss.
Yeah.
He's great, make you miss. He's good out of the backfield. He's slippery. Blake Corum is not slippery. As a matter of fact, he doesn't make anyone miss.
He's got wonderful timing, and he can when he cuts.
But they
up,
don't play a lot of outside zone. There are a lot of duo blocking. The guard, center guard, double team, tackle guard, double team, and then they climb up to linebackers. And so a lot of gap scheme, that's Dameon Pierce.
Yeah.
That's what he does. So that's what I just don't think Blake Corum is not a fit for this offense.
And just to clear it up, Siobhan Cordero is a real person.
He's okay.
He played 6 years of college football.
No one saw him ever.
He played at San Jose State. They had some good teams. They're okay last year, but they weren't great. Real 6'1" quarterback out of Hawaii, 187 pounds. No, Keith, that gentleman's not getting drafted.
Yeah. But thanks for checking to make sure he was real.
He was
Bill.
real.
Yeah. Siobhan Cordero sounds like, and Keith asked real questions, so I thought he was probably real, but that also felt like a name that the Mockingdales would have made up, and especially David Whitlock, DJ Ready Red or whatever. I mean, Chevelle Cordero.
Siobhan
This
Cordero.
is a
Do you
fake
think you
name.
could guess what Siobhan looks like?
I got an idea.
What's your idea? Now, remember, he played at Hawaii.
Wait, you said Cordero?
Siobhan Cordero.
That's Keith's last name.
Yes, but it's not spelled the same
No,
way.
but Keith, it's not.
There's an I in here, and Keith, at least on Twitter, doesn't have an I in his last
So
name.
is he Polynesian?
Yes.
I'm going to say light skin.
He's from Honolulu, yes.
Yeah. I'm going to say he's like.
Well, if he went to Hawaii, he has to be from Honolulu.
Well, he doesn't have to be.
What does he look like?
No, yes.
So if you're saying skin tone,
Quarterback,
I'm
yeah.
going to say like my iced coffee. Kind of two-ish.
Why didn't you just say two-ish instead of your iced coffee?
Well, that he's putting a.
I know.
You said, what does he look like? I know what you're getting at.
I was trying to see if you could guess by his name what you thought he looked like.
Siobhan Cordero.
Siobhan Cordero.
Yeah.
Because you hear you hear that name, you go, You might think you have
I
an
didn't
idea.
think he was going to be. I didn't think he was going to be Polynesian though.
See, he's from straight out of Honolulu.
But that doesn't mean he's Polynesian necessarily.
I'm looking at him though.
He looks Polynesian-y.
Yes.
Cordero sounds like he might have.
No, be careful now. I don't know where you're going, but I don't think I want. Sounds like he might have. And
Sounds like he might have been from Hawaii.
Hey, okay. I don't know what you were cooking up there.
I was trying to figure
But
something
sometimes we don't want you to cook. We don't want to let
Don't
you
let
cook.
him cook. No.
No, I didn't
Don't let him
I
cook.
didn't want to bring the border into play.
No.
No.
You just did. You just
How did I know the border was coming up?
I didn't
What?
want to, but I said it anyway.
I did not say that. I said I didn't.
But you brought it into the equation.
No, what I wanted to bring into the equation was HRP. That's who we need right now.
I'm glad I sent an air check already because this lead-in is terrible.
HRP actually should be calling me any second now if you want to know the truth. If you're looking for the best way to get that, and I say this a lot, and it's true. Okay, you got a good business. Okay, you're getting more and more employees. Things are going really well for you. There's a reason, because you have an expertise in whatever business that you have, right? You're pretty good at it, and you're doing well, and your business plan is great. What's your business plan on your payroll? Because you're not really good at that. That's not what you do, okay? You're going to have people who are not great at payroll or whatever, or you got to keep adding to your payroll department, which is costing you more, which is costing your business more than it needs to. How about your HR department as well? Why don't you just ship that out to our peeps over at HRP? We love them. You will love. I'm telling you, you will love them. Let them come in, evaluate your business, and tell you how much money that they can save you, because they can't save you money. And then they give you options, because you don't know about 401k plans. You don't know about insurance plans. You got to do all of this stuff, really? No, you don't. You don't have to do that because HRP does it for you. But they're not in the they're not in the 401k business or the insurance business. They're in the payroll and HR business. And so they're going to give you options on that other stuff, and you're going to benefit from it. You're looking for a great payroll company? I got it. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
Your morning continues on its steep trail towards greatness. And these are your Sherpas, keeping you on the straight and narrow. John and Lance, live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
852 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 713-780-3776. All right, Rockets lost last night to the Pelicans 110-99. Jalen looked good again. Jalen is having himself a nice little month. And end of the month was great. And yet his January was not that great, but the end of the month was. He ended up averaging 20.4 points.
Is he reminding you of who he was early? Like, I remember this guy from his rookie season.
His 3 point
at the end of the year, he's phenomenal.
His 3-point percentage, though, was just 30%. Even as well as he's been shooting lately, 43% from the field. Even as he shot 55% and 41.7% last night, and he still only got to 30%. He has been a different guy these last 5 games. Even in the Brooklyn game where he wasn't that great, he still scored 19. He wasn't really good, but he did shoot 4 from 9 from 3-point range in that game. So that was a real positive. He has been a real positive of late. Got to give him credit when we give him the business. When he plays poorly, we also got to give him the credit when he plays well, and he's been playing really, really well lately. Jabari didn't even show. Jabari was 0 for 6, played 22 minutes. Jabari was non-existent last night, and you can't have that.
How is this team going to look moving? Like, I don't know. I honestly don't know what to expect from Cam Whitmore's playing so well right now. Honestly,
he's playing well too.
I don't know what to expect from the Rockets at trade deadline. I don't think Jalen Green is a long-term Rocket. So everything I talk about and think about is coded with the understanding that they're not going to pay both Şengün and Jalen. I just don't see that happening. And Dylan Brooks, $20 million. Like Van Vliet, they could pick up a third-year option on him. I don't see Jalen making that kind of money when you can plug Cam Whitmore in for him. And are you losing anything?
Well, that's the difference. You can't replace Şengün, but you can replace Jalen.
Yeah, and Şengün's better than Jalen anyway.
Yeah. I mean,
Şengün is pretty rare.
Overall.
Like, there's only a few big guys who do this, and they're some of the best in the league.
It was funny the other day, though. Jalen had 3 games, back-to-back games with 10 rebounds, and he'd never done that, and he wasn't even close to that.
Maybe he is getting more comfortable in a disciplined system.
Ime said, we sat down, we looked at him, we looked at the film and said, Jalen, look at you standing there. You've got no energy. There's no effort there. And as soon as
are you telling me that Ime coached him?
Yeah, exactly.
That they watched tape, he coached, and Jalen listened and performed at a higher level?
Yes.
What is this coaching you speak of?
Yeah. No, it's true. Ime said we sat down with him, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh wow,
tape study. You show someone what's happening, and they respond,
and they responded.
Oh, the oldest trick in the book: coaching and watching film and being coachable.
Exactly.
And then you get better. What do you know? That's great. I didn't read that. In Mobile, they don't care about. They hate the Rockets in Mobile.
What? Who hates?
For some reason, Mobile, Alabama hates the Rockets.
I mean, just what?
Not one person said a nice thing about the Rockets while I was there. I never heard somebody say, "Hey, you're from Houston? What about the Rockets?" Nobody said that, which I interpret as very passive-aggressive hatred toward the Rockets. And I just noticed there was no love for the Rockets except for Luke McCaffrey. So I've got an interview with Luke McCaffrey. I'll do it. I can play it over my phone like this if you want, or I can send it to
you can just send it like
Rice's Luke McCaffrey was out there.
He can't hear you.
Of course you can.
You
could just send it to me so it can be a real radio show instead of playing it through your phone.
Yeah, but I could put it on speaker.
No, just send it.
Okay. So I saw Mike Bloomgren. I introduced myself to Mike Bloomgren, talked for a little bit, head coach at Rice. And right at the end of practice, he goes, "Hey, I'll come back to you. I got to go see Luke." And I was like, "No, go do that, coach." I mean, he's there to support his player, Luke McCaffrey. And so I went off to go talk to some other players or whatever, and so I didn't end up seeing Mike Bloomgren. He called me at night, like 9:30. I was in bed already. "Hey, I just want to tell you, I'm really sorry. I flew back to Houston. I realized I hadn't spoken with you. I'd love for you to come out to spring practice. You and the Granado guy whose son, I know John slandered us pretty hard." And I'm like,
he didn't say that.
I know he didn't say that. But he did say the other stuff. He said, "Come out to spring practice, yada, yada." But I talked to Luke, and and I asked him about, we talked about Rice and making the position switch to wide receiver. And I asked him, "Are you a sports fan, all sports?" He goes, "Oh, yeah." I said, "Do keep up with Astros records? He goes, oh, yeah. He said, I go out to a few Texans. I go out to a few Astros games every year. It's really fun when they're winning. I'm like, when they're winning, son.
When they're winning?
They're always winning. What are you talking about? Yeah. You haven't been here when they're not winning. Did you get here?
Well, he went to home games.
Did you get here in
It's a home games, which is that's not something they do.
Right.
Yeah. He was like,
when they're winning. Actually, I
got to go.
I apologize. I was not familiar with your game, Luke McCaffrey. You're right. They don't win often at home.
They don't do that. Let's get before we hit the top of the hour here. Let's get Daniel in here quickly. Wants to talk about Jalen. Hey, Daniel.
Hey, how you doing, man? How you doing? Doing good.
Good.
I heard y'all talking about Jalen Green. Before I started listening to you all show, I was listening to Black Radio, and he's the big topic of discussion on Black Radio. She's getting ready to be a daddy, and his baby's mama is used to be a star on Basketball Wives, and she's 39 years old, and he's supposed to is 21, and she has a 21-year-old son. But maybe he's playing that good because he's going to need that big contract to pay that child support.
You know what? I want you to come on and give us – anytime that you hear something that you think Black Radio has said that we need to know, please call in and tell us. Because you know what? I saw this very thing you're talking about.
Dell and I were talking about this yesterday.
The woman is good looking.
Yeah, 39.
And I didn't realize that it was that big an age gap, though. I didn't know
her name is Drea Michelle. She's a legend for certain
famous.
reasons.
Like, how do I know her? I know Drea Michelle, though. How do I know her?
She's a beautiful woman who has turned her being beautiful into a career. That's the best way.
Has she done anything?
She's an she's been. You mentioned Basketball Wife. She's been on reality TV. She's been with rich famous men before, and now she has secured another one. And apparently she's pregnant. And the question came up not on Black Radio, it was a Black podcast. Joe Budden, former rapper, now podcaster,
controversial Joe Budden,
media guy,
always starting stuff.
Says, is this predatory? She's 39 years old. She finds a young man.
Did he say that to her face?
No, he didn't say it to her. He, with his panel of hosts, he asked the question.
What's she got to do?
Is
she famous for? Is she just famous?
Hold on, 39 to 21.
Is that a predatory act?
Now, would we say that for a guy, an 18-year-old age difference?
Well, they have
Leonardo DiCaprio is just his thing.
Well, they have a woman on the podcast named Melissa Ford, former video vixen. So they asked her the question. She kind of avoided it.
Melissa Ford is good,
and they got after her for not being real. Is it predatory? Because we know if it was a man locking down a 21-year-old woman, we call it, hey, stay away from my daughter, that type of stuff.
Actually,
Leonardo DiCaprio does it.
No. But actually, Leonardo DiCaprio took some crap back in the day.
He still there's jokes 21. About it, but it's not like we think he's too creepy to watch anymore in movies.
Yeah, that's true. Daniel, so their thought is, or your thought is, that maybe he's just playing well because he's got to start getting the bag up. I mean, he doesn't have the child support coming for the next 18 years.
Yeah,
I get it.
Well, not only that, but he's got to take care of her kid too.
Yeah, because she has a son that's 21 years old.
Hey, we're not paying for a kid who was in my class.
He's not
who's
paying
in my
for
social
him.
studies class. I'm not paying for him.
Yeah, well, the question is, she's turned the baby into a lifestyle. Allegedly, that's what some people think. That hey, she found Jalen Green. She's older. She's worldly. She found the young man and said, you know what? I got something here. I got my hooks in. And now,
what does a lifestyle mean? What do you mean by?
Well, if he's got to pay for a baby for 18 years, she's funded for the next 18 years.
Why don't they just do the easy thing and get married before the baby comes?
Oh, here's something new, like a baby mama. Wow.
No, that's not the question. The question isn't about whether an athlete will have a baby mama. The thought is she's 39 years old and she found a 21-year-old man she could allegedly entrap. And now that they have a kid together,
what if it's love? And what if they're on the verge of getting married?
When you look like her, and she doesn't look 39. By the way.
She is though.
She is.
It's not a question of what she looks like. It's her experience. She understands the game, and maybe Jalen Green doesn't understand the game, and now he got trapped.
Oh, he'd be the first NBA player that didn't understand the game and got.
Listen,
this is not a question of whether it's happened before.
Listen, I just am glad he improved from Josh Christopher. Okay.
He
really.
That's it. Get to a break.
Upgraded.
It's 9:01. Okay. We're not going to keep bringing up Josh Christopher. That's not. I bet you Black Radio had a field day with that one. I mean, I know what we did.
Okay. I think she's a major upgrade over Josh Christopher.
Snotty? How was I snotty?
Yeah.
You're like, ooh, I can't believe he was doing this.
Why do I now sound like Drea Michelle?
I don't know.
What do you want me to talk about, John? You just
QC Kinetics.
Okay, good. QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics, the injury stoppers. If you are the pain stoppers, how about that? There's a lot of people who've been. I've seen some really bad documentaries and shows about people who've been hooked on pain medicine, and it's people who have real injuries, and it starts with really, really bad pain, and it heads down the wrong direction. I have seen people whose lifestyles have just plummeted because issues with the hip or the knee take them out of any mobility and doing, the fun, active lifestyle that they want. And so now it's just not going to be, they're going to live a life where they just are limited in terms of what they're able to do. They're just never going to have a fun life anymore. I've got news. You don't have to get shots. You don't have to take pain pills. You don't have to have surgery. How about you use the body's healing power? You supercharge it. You put it back in the joint. That's what QC Kinetics does. It's called regenerative medicine, and it's regenerative and restorative. They can restore lost tissue and regenerate, or restore damaged tissue, regenerate lost tissue in the joint, and it reduces inflammation. The pain subsides. You get better mobility back, and it changes your entire life. This is happening. It's been incredibly successful. Athletes have been doing this for a long time. This is the best way to attack it as opposed to the old ways of attacking it. It's QC Kinetics. 4 locations here in the Houston area. Don't wait around on that pain anymore. Attack it with QCkinetics.com.
Rockets. The Astros made a trade.
We kind of talked, Jalen. We did.
We did.
But then we found some stuff out. I had seen, because Drea Michelle was trending. And
Dell and I were actually talking about it during a break yesterday and didn't bring it up, but thanks to our caller for bringing it up. We appreciate that. Yeah, if any Black Radio issues that you're hearing about, you're more than welcome to bring them to the show.
I know from the
because we
barbershop.
are. I mean, I think we have legitimacy to chime in on any black issue in the country.
I think so as well. The other Rocket news
What a bold take, Cotton.
was the news that they are kind of really in the trade market. Allegedly, they were very interested in Mikal Bridges.
Now it's Malcolm Brogdon
Trading. Well, Malcolm Brogdon would cost less. The Mikal Bridges thing was we're going to give Brooklyn some of their picks back and make the salary match. And some people thought Jalen Green would be that part of that salary and bring in Mikal Bridges, because there's a thought that Ime, coming from the Celtics, and even when he was in Brooklyn, those teams had championship aspirations, is maybe somewhat not interested in a longer rebuilding process. He'd like to speed this thing up.
Well, he says phase 2 is it? Phase 2 is let's go. It's time to make the playoffs. That's phase 2 right now for the Rockets organization, and or at least continue to be in play for the
How would you play
playoffs.
How would you play him? Like,
well, here's the problem with especially Malcolm Brogdon. Now, Malcolm Brogdon this year is shooting 42% from three. This is exactly what they need.
Yeah.
The problem is going to be that Cam Whitmore and Amen Thompson they're going to cut their minutes.
I got a feeling somebody that it's going to hurt your heart a little bit may get dealt. Like it could be Jalen, but it wouldn't shock me if Amen or Cam Whitmore, or I don't think Jabari Smith, but you can't talk about the trade market and not acknowledge you're going to give up picks that you
They're
like.
not giving up the young guys. They said they're not giving up the young guys.
Okay, then who are they giving up? You're not giving up Dylan Brooks. You're not giving up Jabari. You're
No.
not giving up. Okay, so Jabari.
And they're not.
Sengun,
Listen, they said
who are
no
the young
Tari.
guys?
You get no Tari. You get no Jabari. You get no Jalen.
Aries.
You get no Amen. No, you're not getting them.
No Shingun.
So how are you
no
acquiring
Whitmore.
players?
Okay, so now we're six players who are off. So, and you're not getting rid of Dylan Brooks. So
Yeah.
there's
Or
seven.
Fred Van
You're not
Vliet.
getting rid of Fred Van Vliet. Okay, so Landale, look out. Your ass is out of here.
Well,
Jay Sean
Jay-Sean.
Tate, beat it.
Well, what is a Brogdon
You've
worth?
taken 8 players off the
But
market.
what is a Malcolm Brogdon
Well, if you're
worth?
not giving up young
8 players are
you're
not
giving
off the
you're giving
market.
up picks.
8 players are not off the market,
Yeah.
and I do not want to give up a bunch of those.
Well, I ain't giving up.
Well, actually, I
if
don't
you
care
want to know
about
this,
those
I'm not
picks.
giving up any of those guys right now for a guy that's going to come in here for. How long is he going to? Malcolm Brogdon going to be
have
here?
you seen the list of veterans that are the Rockets are allegedly interested in? Beyond Mikal Bridges, who is a pseudo maybe at some point be an all-star, we're talking about like Robert Williams, Malcolm Brogdon, Kelly Olynyk, all veterans that you add to a team that you think can make the playoffs. Now you don't want to give up young players. That means you're giving up draft picks for veterans in their 30s.
That's fine. Give up draft picks. But I mean,
You're giving
how many
up-
more young players do you need? You've got plenty. What you need is some veterans. Well, look at the difference in this team right now with Van Vliet and Dylan Brooks. You do need some veteran help here.
Veterans to get in the way of the guys you
This
want to
isn't going to
play.
be a problem for the Thunder too. A big problem.
Well,
for
the
the Thunder.
Thunders have really good players and they're one of the top teams in the West. It's a different problem for the Rockets. They're trying to assert themselves as maybe a potential playoff team. Are you acquiring Kelly Olynyk for a potential play-in run and to take minutes away from one of your younger players?
Well, what minutes? I mean, what
Well,
minutes is Kelly Olynyk
he's a stretch
taking?
four, so
he's taking Jeff Green's minutes.
He's a stretch four, so you might take Jabari's minutes.
I mean, you can afford to give Jeff Green
none of
minutes
this.
up.
There's a lot of trade talk I'm hearing, and a lot of it's uncomfortable because people aren't acknowledging that somebody good is going to have, or somebody young and talented is going to have to go in these deals, or there's not going to be playing time for players. Like, where's Whitmore's playing time? Where's Jalen's? Dylan Brooks already, like, this team could use a true 5. Even if it's a better Landale who can play more, maybe go a double big lineup from time to time, but have somebody come in that can rim protect, he ain't the guy. Okay, bringing one of those guys in, that's fine. If you can find, and Landale makes enough that you can potentially swap contracts and move this and that, and you can make Jay Sean Tate, I think, has value in terms of trading. But everyone's talking about these trades, but somebody's got to go. You don't have enough space and minutes to bring Brogdon in, but not trade Jalen. Not do something with Cam, Amen Thompson. Like, what are we? I don't think they're getting rid of Amen Thompson.
No.
Amen Thompson ain't going anywhere.
No.
I do think,
Neither is
however,
Cam.
I think Cam has tremendous value, and you could really, like, but
I don't
that
know.
is
I
a
think
guy.
you got to find a 20.
Well, who's got bigger upside, Cam or Jalen Green?
Bigger upside?
It's a tough call.
It's a tough call. I mean,
but Cam is more polished as a true basketball player. To me, he's a more polished scorer.
Yeah, but
He's a better
Jalen
shooter.
is much more explosive.
Yeah, he's more explosive, but I want a good basketball player.
Yeah, right.
Steve Francis was really explosive.
Let's see. Okay, so the last 5 games, Jalen has actually taken over.
These are 3 years.
Was that what Cam can do?
We got 3 years. Cam was playing in G League, has come up in his rookie season, and is a better shooter.
Well, yeah.
I want a guy who fits the offense more. Explosive is great but I want to know how consistent you are as a basketball player. Do you turn it over? Do you play any defense? Not that either of those guys are great defenders, but I don't think people I think people aren't grappling with the fact that you're probably going to have somebody leave in a trade that shakes you up a little bit, because right now it's already the spaces are already filled up.
I'm not even that concerned about who's going out, because if you're acquiring the likes of Robert Williams, it's not going to cost that much. It's a guy with knee injuries. You're not giving up. But even if you're acquiring a guy like Kelly Olynyk, you may not have to give up a current player on the roster. It probably will be picks and matching salary for a guy you don't even want. The question is, if we've seen Ime Udoka bench young players for veterans because he wanted to win a basketball game.
Yeah.
So the question, if you're acquiring Kelly Olynyk, you're not acquiring him to sit. And if Jabari's struggling, he'll lose
Jabari's
minutes.
playing well. Kelly Olynyk's sitting.
Sure, but
that's the one thing that bothers me about.
If you're trying to make the play-in and the play-in and the result is you're playing Kelly Olynyk over Jabari Smith just to make the play-in, that's not. I don't want a progress stopper here. I would rather watch Jabari Smith struggle and hopefully it leads to growth. Then you got to sit down because we really want the 10
I don't know.
seed.
I think we've done that for too long now.
Well, we did this year.
And listen, phase 2 is no. Let's start.
Jeff
to win.
Green took minutes away from Jabari Smith because Ime wanted to win a basketball game. If phase 2, fine, you want to be better, great. But if phase 2 results in a 9th or a 10th seed and get knocked out, and Jabari Smith is losing minutes to one of these guys, I ain't looking for that.
Here's why, Del. It's still playoff, and it's still taking another step for the organization. And Jabari Smith has had plenty of time already. This is the year 3 of Jabari Smith, and he's had plenty of minutes on the floor.
If
he's struggling, sit down, son.
It's year 2 of Jabari Smith.
Excuse me. Year 2 of Jabari. He had all those minutes last year where he I don't know how much he learned because he had Steven Silas as his coach, but it's not going to retard his growth that much if he's got to sit in crunch time in a big game.
Then what's he going to learn sitting? If we want him in crunch time to figure it out.
Watch and learn, son.
Yeah, but he had those moments. I don't think you want to. I think Jalen's at Jabari's at a point where he needs to be playing and learning on the move, just like Sam Cassell did, just like Robert Horry did.
Listen, I think the days of these young guys have got to be. We've got to have them on the floor all the time. I think it's time that the organization is saying, no, it's time to start winning some basketball.
So the organization will admit that Steven Silas wasn't developing these guys. Why won't they just admit that, hey, we're tossing away the year that Jabari had with Steven Silas, and Ime's a guy to develop? Why are we tossing away development of playing in clutch situations? Because you want to win and make the 10 seed?
Well, it could be here and there. Like, as long as he stays true, as long as he knows Jabari's the guy. As long as we don't get away from that, because the one thing that concerns me sometimes with defensive-minded coaches, the Jeff Van Gundy's of the world, because we saw what Jeff did, and I wouldn't be surprised. And Ime brings in Fred VanVleet, and he brings in Dylan Brooks, but he brings in Jeff Green. That's a certain kind of player that's like, you can get old real fast when you do that kind of stuff. The one thing that concerns me a little bit with a guy like Ime Udoka is I have no doubt he's going to make a team better and is going to coach him up and all that stuff. But when he gets too involved with personnel, and you start bringing in, well, I want this guy because he does this, and this guy because he does this, and Kelly Olynyk knows how to win and all that. Man, the sustainable championships like Golden State happen with Draymond, Steph, and
well, that's why you don't get
Kyle,
rid of any of your young core guys.
Right, they all kept, but the Rockets actually have a few core guys. Like, you also can't pay.
No, I get that, but we keep talking about though. Okay, you say Şengün or Jalen Green. You're going to pay one of them.
Trade for a core guy.
Yeah.
You can trade for a core guy, too.
Yeah.
But I don't want him to be 31.
Well, we got to see whether or not these core guys are actually championship core guys or they're just guys. And we're seeing that already. Now, Jalen is taking a huge – I know it's 5 games, but he looks like a different guy right now.
Let's revisit this in 2 weeks.
All right.
Because Jalen looked like this for much of his first season. He was phenomenal.
He
Remember,
had
runs. He had 11 straight games of 30 points at the end of that year, and they lost every one of those games.
This is a better team that's playing for more than that team did. That was just Jalen.
By the way, what we haven't pointed out is Jalen Green's 30 and Cam Whitmore's play. They went like 5.5 minutes without scoring a point and got beat by the Pelicans. We haven't actually talked about what happened in the game.
Yeah. No, they just shut it down in the fourth quarter.
I think they went the first 5.5. They didn't score a point.
What they do a lot of times, and for whatever reason, this team, for whatever reason, they'll go 6-7 minutes without scoring. It's like, what are you doing? Goodness gracious, somebody's got to pull you out of it. All right, I gotta pull you out of any other dealership that you're at, and I gotta bring you over to Chastang Ford. I want you to go to Chastang Ford. I want you to at least go to the website, chastangford.com. And when you see the attention that you get, as soon as you log on to chastangford.com, so a little pop-up will come up and say, how can I help you? What do we need? And one of the first questions is, where do your payments need to be? Because then let's start looking for that vehicle that's in that range, because Chastang Ford is all about you having the best car buying experience that you can have, because they don't want you choking on those payments. They don't want every month to be dreaded that you're going to have to make your car payment. That's not what this is about. What this is about. And oh, by the way, so they're not going to upsell you. So they're not going to add on. They're not going to mark up. They're not going to make you get things in that vehicle, the sunroof or the tinted windows or the leather seats, whatever, because that's not what it's about. What it's about is getting you into that vehicle. And here's the deal with Chastang Ford. Okay, so they're not going to make as much money as the other dealership is, because they're not going to add on a markup. But here's the deal. You're going back to Chastang Ford next time to buy your vehicle. I've already bought multiple vehicles from Chastang Ford. They got more repeat business than I got business, because everybody goes back to Chastang Ford because they love that car buying experience. Right now, they got 1.9% financing on all 2023 F-150s. That's fantastic, people. You were going to for that. That is an unbelievable deal. You need to find out for yourself. Get to chastangford.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown. It's Chastang Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John Granado and Lance Zerline.
How does Lance feel about John's retirement announcement? I did not make an announcement yesterday that I'm retiring. I did not.
You didn't make an official announcement, but you said he's not long for this job. He pretty much said he's on the back end.
Nothing happened.
Something happened.
No. Oh, look, they made a poster. Granado's last dance. Me and Dell.
What did you say? You're not long for this job.
Why am I Pippen and you're Jordan?
I think it's appropriate.
What?
I think it's appropriate.
That's not appropriate.
What did you do that made? So why did you say that you're not long for this world?
I don't know.
He pretty much said, "Hey, it's right around the corner. I'm out."
Wow.
You did. I mean, I don't know if you're serious.
I didn't say that.
You alluded to it not being very long, and you're going to be out of here.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. You don't know.
I don't
no one
know.
knows.
That's why we're asking you.
I could die in a fiery crash today.
But
no one knows.
You were making it seem like it was your own choice.
This is what this does, and I'm not a fan of this. I'm going to read this, but I just want the record to reflect that I'm against what it states. But I think I need to read this to tell other people on Twitter and callers that this is not what we're doing on this show. Okay? I don't condone this. I'm going to read it, but I don't condone this. Jalen Green's game has really taken off since he changed to the French manicure tips with crystal gel. Immaculate vibes. First of all, I did not see French tips, number one. So you're just making fun of somebody.
I don't even know
it's
what that
white, the little white tips. Like it's regular looking nails, but then it's white.
At the very end.
The French
at the very end.
Yeah.
Well, that's what the French tips are.
They get the white gets with their cigarette smoke. Isn't it going to get all
well,
brown?
A lot of people don't smoke cigarettes.
The French do.
Yeah, but that's not just a French thing. The French don't eat the fries. We also eat the fries. So Jalen Green's nails, his nail polish, his nails, this does not have anything to do with how he's playing.
Have you checked the nails?
I actually haven't seen the nails, but if he had French tips, then I would have seen French tips trending. I would have seen that. That would have been trending. Let's see what's trending. Larry David, Dayball, Adam Peters.
Well, that's your algorithm.
That's my algorithm.
Okay. I've got a story here that apparently...
What's trending for you, John?
Jeff Hafley leaving Boston College as head coach to go to the Packers, be defensive coordinator, is a really bad omen for college football. He says this, or somebody said this. He wants to go to coach football again in a league that's all about football. College coaching has become fundraising, NIL, and recruiting your own team and transfers.
Oh, no, that's
real.
That's
what Pete Thamel said.
Yeah.
And you know what? Don't disagree. I mean, if you want to be about football, the NFL is for you.
No offense to Boston College, but the Packers defensive coordinator job is a better job, even without that stuff, than the Boston College head coach.
Is it a better job than, like, Ohio State head coach?
No. But it's a Boston College
But
job.
there's a lot of movement, though, from Group of 5 programs.
Nick Saban would not have left if this had not. If they had
Sean Lewis went from Kent State to Colorado OC. There's and there are a few others that have taken jobs. They're leaving the Buffaloes and the South Alabamas to go become coordinators, even in bigger college football programs.
More money.
Well, there's more money and there's a better chance to win.
Well, the other thing is your best players are going to get poached from those schools, like Colorado or Buffalo.
Yeah.
If you have a good player, if you have a player that's even above average, they're coming to get your guy, and there's nothing you can do to hang on to him. Nothing.
What Dana? I mean, I talked to Dana after. Obviously, he said, I just want to get to a place where I got a chance. It's. I know you're. Okay. Listen, University of Houston doesn't have near the budget that Alabama does, or LSU, or any Ohio State, any of them.
But other coaches won.
Well, they've won, but not. I mean, it's not easy to win. Huge. I mean, to win big.
Well, Big 12 is going to be harder, but I mean, Tom Herman had a team that was, You know
what Tom Herman said? I'm out of here. That's what Tom.
No.
said.
It's still stepping step.
Yeah, it's a stepping.
No, Dana wanted to stay and win.
Yeah, he wanted to stay, but he also said man, it sure would be nice to go to a place that money doesn't matter. He was at West Virginia, even Oklahoma State. I mean, here in Houston, at Texas Tech, it's always about, no, we can't. No, it's a budget. No, we can't get that player. No, I can't recruit against that team because they're just gonna steal that guy. Well, it doesn't make any sense. He said, you know what? It would be really, really nice to go to a place where it's just that you got all the advantages. And in college football, the vast majority, 90% of the teams are behind the 8 ball. We see the same teams, the Georgias, the Ohio State, the Michigan, the Alabama, Oregon, the teams with big money and big names that are always there. So it's an impossible job in a lot of places.
In some places, yeah, and I don't think it's. I think it's really always been the case. I mean, since the early '80s, who were the up and comers? Who are the teams that have sustainable. We thought Virginia Tech maybe, but once Beamer got old, well, they went away. Yeah. They came. They were good in the 70s, came and then went in the 2000s. Like an up and comer who found a way into the group and stayed. Like Virginia Tech was that
with Michael Vick.
And they've had good teams. They had good teams before, but he elevated them to a status that they had never seen, and that went away because it's Blacksburg, and the money became too big for them to compete. But other than them, I mean, Florida State and Miami became those in the 80s, and
they went away.
Obviously, but they still spin. They don't have an issue spinning. They have an issue hiring, particularly the team in South Florida. So I don't think it's that different. You're always going to have the same 15 to 20 teams, and it's always been like that. And when was it ever not like this?
Right,
in the
but
40s?
Right now, more than ever, it's about your donor base. I mean, more than ever, it is about your donor base and your head coach's willingness to do whatever it takes. Like, I'm not completely convinced. We'll see. Kalen DeBoer is up against it because Nick Saban, Alabama. Now, I've heard Alabama has a lot of money, but you got to be ready to recruit like an SEC coach. Like this, it's different. It's in the Pacific Northwest. This is a battle and a fight. And you probably have to look at other people's rosters the same way they're going to look at your rosters and take your guy. The top wide receiver went to Texas. Isaiah Bond went to Texas. Well, and we all know the deal.
4 of the top 6 portal guys this year came from Alabama.
Things needed to be different in college football, but the expedited process of unprecedented SIL with no regulation and unprecedented player transfer with no rules and no stoppage, that perfect storm has created an unbelievable disaster behind the scenes in college football. Now, if you're watching it, it's fun, but I've already seen, just like in Premier League, it took me a few years to realize, oh, this is why there's a Big Six. My team can never be – we may get up there one time, but unless you have the money to do it, they're just going to take your best players have to go. They're only going to go to certain teams, and we have to deal with other leagues like La Liga and all that stuff. If I have a good player on my soccer team and I'm not one of the biggest, most expensive guys, they're going to come get my guy. That's just the way it goes. And once I learned that, Wrexham was buying players off of other low-level teams that they would never go to Wrexham in any other, except that they were except they were going to be on TV,
right,
and they were going to get lots of money. But that's that lots of money thing, though.
Right. Well, relatively speaking, right.
Do you think that if they reinstituted, I'm not asking if you think it's the right thing. If they reinstituted, okay, you got to sit out a year, unless you're a graduate transfer. Do you think it would calm things down? Because then you couldn't recruit somebody's roster. You could.
You still could, but he's got to sit a year. I mean, I just think they need a governing body with teeth. That's what they need.
But with teeth, there's going to be some things that are not popular. If you want to slow all this stuff down, if you want to change where it is now, you have to attack universities that legally recruit.
But all of a sudden, offering money in the past was actually a violation. It's not a violation anymore. Yep, because you talk NIL, which you're not supposed to do. You are not supposed to lure a kid. The problem with the NCAA in college football right now is that there's nobody governing it. It's awful. It's the Wild West, and you can just do anything you want.
Are you going to be okay if they come in and govern and they have they're heavy-handed to make sure that they clean this up? Because remember, because it may be
playing by the rules. Because there's coaches out there that are actually playing by the rules,
but they may do some things. They may make some structural changes that you're not a fan of.
But I don't know.
You cap amount that a kid can make. Maybe you limit the amount of movement.
That's a law. That's going to be a law.
Well, I know you would have to say there's caps for every professional league. Since this is now professional, we got to have salary caps on universities.
No, well, we'll see. I don't know particulars. All I know is they need somebody that can actually stop all of this not the recklessness that's going on in college football.
Good luck getting in those conferences and those teams to agree to having someone be their overlord.
Yeah.
Well,
you're making the conferences too powerful.
Well, here's no. Another thing they have to do: go to 48 teams, and get everybody else out, or 48 or 60 teams, and make it like a real that would be a real fight. as opposed to Rice playing against Alabama is just ridiculous.
And they go there just because they need the money and the paycheck.
For them to compete for the same trophy is ridiculous.
But you're going to have some sports socialism because Rice and some of these other universities, you're saying Rice, but the Rice types.
The Rice type.
They need that money from those games, so you're going to have to find ways to funnel some money to them, to their athletic programs too.
Well, they ain't getting
You
no
have
money.
to.
No, you
As a
can still play
socialism
them,
method.
but you don't play for the same trophy. You could still play Alabama, but you don't play for the same trophy
Well, they
that
don't
they
play
for.
They don't play for the same trophy.
No, they
I
never
know
were.
they never were playing for the same trophy.
Well,
I know
them
it's
Cincinnati just made it to the and Cincinnati ain't playing for the same trophy.
We're talking about Cincinnati. Who cares about sports? Rice doesn't care about sports.
Yeah, right.
Well, Rice uniquely doesn't care.
Right,
uniquely, yes.
Rice,
I don't know that there's another university that cares
South
less.
Alabama or Texas State or any of them. I mean,
is there another president of a university, and I don't even know the president here, is there another university that cares less about collegiate sports than Rice?
No.
I would be shocked.
None.
I think even Cal Berkeley cares more.
They
we know
care.
Stanford
Obviously,
cares more.
They love the Olympic sports. They care about that stuff, clearly.
Yeah, I honestly think
Cal's
Rice cares.
taking no money for what, 5 years?
To get in the ACC.
To get in the ACC?
They care.
Rice is the lowest care factor that I think I've ever seen
ever.
in anything ever. They care less about sports than my kids care about homework.
I hope they don't have any plumbing issues over there at Rice. Because, they got money. I'm not worried about that money.
The endowment's not a problem.
No. That is true. But if you've got plumbing issues, repipes, you need a repipe. This is Houston's premier repiping company. Okay, they do this. They've been doing this. They do it great. It's Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Leak detection, camera inspection, plumbing fixtures, water heaters, tankless water heaters. When was the last time you had your tankless water heater cleaned? If you haven't done that in a while, guess what? There's so much residue in there and sediment that you've got to have them come out and do this. Do some preventive maintenance. It's not just about when your pipes bust. How about do some preventive stuff?
Do it before it's an issue. You have go have your drains cleaned out. Go have them just go snake the drain or go through in their camera, make sure there's nothing going on. There is preventative stuff. Obviously, the hot water heaters is a big one. There's a lot of things you can do. Just leak detection with a hydrostatic test. John makes a good point. Before it becomes a major issue, go have it checked up, and there's some things that they can look into that can help you and help you save money on the bigger things when you take care of it before they even become big things. It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Hey guys, I want to talk about my friends over at Underdog Fantasy. I've been speaking about Underdog Fantasy for a long time because I've been involved with Underdog Fantasy. I've been involved in the fantasy football space for years and years and years, and I know a good site when I see one. And Underdog Fantasy is phenomenal, and I'll tell you why. The thing that I love about Underdog Fantasy is that they've got an easy-to-use app. Sometimes I'll do it on my laptop. Mostly I do it on the app. The app is easy to navigate through. You've got your daily fantasy. You've got season-long fantasy. There's a lot of great features going on there. But right now, you got the big game coming up. You got basketball, and you got the big game coming up, right? Football's not done with. Well, on that, you've got the Pick'em Challenge. The Pick'em Challenge, there's a separate tab. You'll click that, and you pick between 2 and 5 players. It's as low as 2, as many as 5. And you're going to see statistics for all these different players, basketball, football players, rushing yardage, passing, touchdowns, things like that. You go higher or lower than the number they have set. And if you hit 2 out of 2, you're going to win 3 times your money. You hit 3, you win 6 times. You hit 4, you win 10 times. You hit 5, you win 20 times. And actually, they have little spicy peppers in there for some of the higher than, where you are going to win even more. They have boosters in there. So, and this is a really cool thing. When you make your first deposit using the promo code Lance, they're going to match your first deposit up to $100. But you're also going to get a bonus pick in the lobby where you're going to have higher rush yardage or higher point total than a half, right? Higher than a half, they're giving you a win. So one of your players is an automatic winner. Why would you pass that up? This is a chance for you to make real money, completely legally, state of Texas, and it's fun to play along with the game you're watching. It's Underdog Fantasy. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you're concerned with your gambling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
Back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Lance and John. Scratch that. Reverse it.
All right, 9:38 ESPN. This is our second to last. This is our penultimate segment here today on the show. I like to say penultimate. One thing that we haven't gotten to yet is how about what's going on with the PGA? The PGA Tour has announced that they got it's the Fenway Group. All kinds of big money guys put together $1.5 billion. And they are going to now have that to invest. So it's an investment deal that includes $1.5 billion, and players are going to get equity in it. So based on how good you are, based on your play, your recent play, all of this stuff. So this may be a deterrent for guys going over to live because you got a piece of this new equity.
Wait. What do you mean deterrent?
A deterrent.
I thought this was a lock that they're all getting together now.
Oh no. As a matter of fact, this could bring the two together. The live golf. They are possibly going. The Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia could possibly put in as much as $3 billion in this deal, and they could join forces with the DP Tour in Europe, and they could join forces. The U.S., Europe, and Live could all join forces. But that's all about investments. Now, though, if they do join up together, there's a thought that maybe we can get the leagues to actually, guys to come back and we could start intermingling with the leagues again. That's a possibility. Jordan Spieth says, hey, we got 1.5 now. We don't need to live. We don't need that funding from the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia. You know what? Let's just keep our own stuff over here and make our own investments over here, make money, and keep guys here. And that's a possibility as well.
Now, you can't get the Saudis out now. You gave them an in. There's a lot of stuff, the NIL, the transfer portal, the live. You open certain doors, and once the genie's out of the bottle, it's not going back in. They have so much money that, we have 1.5. The Saudis like, you have 1.5. Watch this. $3 billion, John Rahm. I mean, they probably won't give him $3 billion.
They gave him $600 million.
You ain't giving nobody $600 million to if you're paying them that, then you don't get to play. Then you don't get.
Terrell
purses.
Hatton just went last week.
Yeah, you don't get purses.
He's on John Rahm's
The purses go to your total fees.
Yeah.
The purses go to what we're already paying you. I mean, that's impossible to compete against the live financially. You just got to make sure they never get a TV deal. You got to conspire and illegally to illegally collude to keep them out of television deals.
Yeah.
That's the killer. They're just sitting there playing in shorts on off-brand TV.
It's $300 million, not 600.
So no one knows where Liv is.
Yeah.
Let Liv get a real TV deal, and it's a problem.
Yeah, well, actually, just announced. It's funny that you should say that. YouTube is going to have a feature that should be in place by this summer, which, by the way, Liv is coming here this summer and is going to play at the Golf Club of Houston.
Now, is anyone
in June? They're going to play a tournament here.
Well, let me ask you: do they throw blood on the players, like the blood of the Saudis and the Jerome? I just mix up
the
Pierogi.
reporter who they killed.
Do they have is like PETA where people will come out and throw blood on the players?
I hope they don't throw blood on
for being part of the blood money of
I hope
Saudi?
there's no blood being thrown. But actually, they're going to have on YouTube. It looks like right now they are going to have a way for you to watch not only whatever the tournament that you want, but each player that you want to watch. Go figure. Liv is going to throw everything.
Everything's
select groups that they follow, and you can watch every shot of those.
What do you mean? Is
broadcast? Yeah, young demographic anyway.
Oh yeah, no, but young through streaming. That's why local channels are smart. They're on YouTube channel. Like I can't not have my local channels,
right?
But you can get them now through streaming. Now, I strong armed DirecTV to knock off $40 a month for me.
So did I.
So yeah,
I did it with the Comcast.
Good.
Yeah.
My parents, I called for my mom. She got $100 off because she had never done. I'm like, I heard her bill. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah. No.
I called them and they go, we'll give you.
I was on the phone for over an hour with them.
I waited with DirecTV for. I probably waited about 6 minutes. I told my mom, that's who I am. Telling you.
I've never questioned you.
People don't. He's got some girl had her phone down on my shoes, taking a picture of them. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Of your ugly shoes?
And I told my kids, and my kids thought it was hilarious. Like, she was taking a picture of your shoes. She hates your shoes too. Yeah. I'm like, my shoes are dope. What are y'all talking about? No one wears shiny orange shoes anymore or yellow shoes. Like, yes, they do.
They're kind of right.
Alyssa,
we got to get La Raza in here before we get news of the weird. What do you say, La Raza?
Hey, Deportes, German.
No, we're not Deportes. That's a different. That's the other show, and that's kind of a
question for me.
Did Ms. George go for the pro day in Mexico yet? And the player, we have a player international player pathway. It's called the IPP, where they take players from other countries in. And I'm going to put his name on the radar, La Raza, that makes sure that Jordan Shipley from Jalisco, not the other one that was always hurt. And it was Colt McCoy's best friend.
Right.
I want to make sure that the kid from
they
Jalisco
all have
gets
tattoos
his
together, right?
Yeah, I don't think they did tattoos, but I'm going to make sure the Jalisco guys get their
all the
play.
Longhorns, the
No,
close guys
you don't
get tattoos.
just get long.
Matching
Do you think Longhorn
tattoos.
Scott has a tattoo of the initials of one of his friends?
Yes,
a frat brother.
Yes, I think if you go to UT, you have to on your ankle somewhere,
You
or
have
the
to?
small of your back. You get
You have to get a tattoo on the small of your back of your friends. Of your friends'
That's
initials.
what I heard. That's what I heard.
I don't think that's accurate.
We got to talk about Doc Linville right now. I think I'll tell you know what's accurate.
Small of your back.
How about this? It's February, so I don't know, dude. If you can call in right now, or you go to 975hair.com, 975hair.com, you maybe still get this deal. Maybe tell Doc I need the 50 cents off deal, okay? Because I missed the deadline. I know it was the end of January, but I need my 50 cents off for my neografting. I've got my hairline is receding. Well, he's going to tell you whether or not you need the PRP or you need the neografting. The neografting is basically resodding. The PRP is basically adding fertilizer. So you stimulate your own growth, or Doc can move the hair from the back and the side to the top of your head. This is happening every day. It's happening with an unbelievable success rate. It's happening with an anesthetic that works for 3 days. You don't even need it for that long. It's not painful. It's a great process. It's the best, and Doc is awesome. You will love this process if you are somebody that is needing hair now, right now. Go to 975hair.com. Hey, time for me right now. I want to talk about. Are we in the show? Back in the show? I'm sorry. That's good. We're doing News of the Weird right now. How's that? Hey, a mom in Florida is banned from dropping off kids at Christian school. She's in the line, and she's got a giant OnlyFans advertisement on the back window of her car. She's been banned from dropping her kids off from school because she's got an OnlyFans sign on the back of her car. Discrimination.
It is. Like, if she's just got a sign, I don't think you can keep her from picking the kids up, can you?
Well, I think
the sign in and of itself isn't explicit. It's just a sign with the name of the company.
People. Right, but she's been banned from the line. Is that discrimination against OnlyFans people?
I think she
Ho's
would
gotta
win.
Eat too.
I think she. Who's got to eat too?
Right.
You mean pick up their kids too?
Thanks, Ice Cube. It's discrimination against sex workers.
It is discrimination against sex workers. I know we shouldn't have any of it. Houston County Schools.
Hollywood Shuffle. That's the first time I heard Ho's got to eat too about hoe cakes.
Yeah.
The great. You need to watch Hollywood Shuffle.
I'm not taking advice from you.
No, you need to watch it. Robert Townsend.
Houston County, Alabama is under fire. Apparently, they're installing bathroom cameras in schools so that
drugs, fights,
and drugs and smoking and.
Well, as long as you don't put them in a
stall.
Stall.
Yeah, but aren't you in the boys' bathroom? Aren't you going to be? I don't know.
What's going on in the well, what are you going to do? Hire a cop to sit in the bathroom the whole time?
Well,
what about putting one of those really uncomfortable where you go to the bathroom and, oh, no.
How about
the guy who hands paper towels and tries to get me to use deodorant and eat his candies?
You got to leave him a dollar at middle school?
Ship. Yeah, like, oh, not this guy. I'll keep you out of the bathroom. I've held it before when I walked in like, oh.
Apparently, Mumbai police have finally released, after 8 months, a pigeon that they suspected was a Chinese spy.
You told that story before.
Well, now they
Chinese
just released
spy.
him.
So they did enough
They
work?
just, yeah.
Or was there a hostage switch?
No.
Did they get a falcon? Did they get a falcon from China in return?
That's not a good combination. The falcon is much more dangerous.
The falcon is much
You don't know what secrets the falcon has or the pigeon has. You never know.
No one does not know. No one does not know. Okay. Apparently, the world, according to CNBC, the world will have its first trillionaire within the next decade. Trillionaire.
Which one of your friends is that, John?
It's none of my. I don't believe any of mine are going to be. Mine are just too busy having fun.
Is it going to be Bezos?
Probably.
I mean, that Amazon stuff is.
It's ridiculous.
Elon, some of his stock goes up, and I don't know
But
if it could be Elon.
What about a sheik? What about
Could be an oil.
Yeah.
Could be a Saudi oil guy.
Yeah. But poverty won't be eradicated for another 229 years.
Whoa, well, we're getting there.
Wait. Somebody thinks that poverty is going to be. We've got an end date on poverty?
Yeah.
No.
Do you guys want to live in North Tonawanda, New York?
What happens there?
Apparently, it's raining poop.
Oh, that sounds like a terrible place
Residents
to
of
live.
a quiet neighborhood are answers to a strange and disgusting situation they've been dealing with for weeks. Apparently, they've dealt with several instances of fecal matter raining from the sky and hitting several homes.
Oh, horrible.
It seems like North Tonawanda, New York is going to be a rich neighborhood. You know what they don't want? Poop rain.
Someone's getting sued.
Somebody is going to be paying for that. Okay? There's no question about that. Apparently, a Philadelphia woman has been charged, and then she really should be. Have you seen this woman? Apparently, she was showing her booty and her genitalia to other passengers on a Frontier flight.
So she's not attractive then, because you think she should get charged. I don't even need to look at her. John thinks she should get charged.
Yeah.
He's doing the universal throw up sign where he goes, ugh.
Please. Of all
her
people.
booty and the choo-choo and the booty?
Yeah, the whole thing.
On a
front. And she was threatening other passengers.
With what?
You want this? Nope. I don't.
You better raise your chair back or you're going to get it.
No. I'm giving you all the leg space, man. Especially if you felt that on your neck.
Ugh.
Oh, back into your neck.
Ugh.
Oh!
Pizza Hut put up a sign.
Sir, please move your seat back to the upright
position.
Upright position. Tray tables back before this lady puts her choo-choo out again. Thank you.
What a polite flight attendant in that situation.
All right, folks.
Finally tonight.
Now let him cook.
All right, folks. We're coming in at about 25,000 feet. You can undo your seatbelt, but keep your seat backs at a raised position because the lady in 12A is putting a choo-choo out on people, and she backed into the seat in front of her, and he started to throw up. So I want to remind you that you do have the vomit bags. I don't know what we call those things anymore, but the air sickness bags, and I know there's an ungainly foul smell in the cockpit. Now we're going to be turning around, folks, and it's going to all be avoided if you just keep your seatbelt on and tray tables up.
And remember, always fly with Frontier.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're sorry about this.
Frontier.
Listen, we hope
this show. Right
we hope this doesn't keep you from flying with us again. We had no idea this one was going to put her absolute butt and choo-choo out for all the passengers to see.
There's no way to plan for rogue choo-choo.
Yeah. Oh no, predictably it's not great.
Louisiana's largest sports book, 12,000 square feet of premier sports betting. Lance and I are both going, and Dell. We're all going to be there Monday and Tuesday.
I got to tell my wife. She
next
doesn't
week.
know yet.
Yeah, she doesn't know yet.
She's not going to be.
You're leaving.
She's
you're leaving again.
Yeah.
You're leaving twice in a
Yeah, I
week.
didn't tell her.
That's not going to go great.
How about you can play blackjack in the sports book? You can play bar top video poker, slots. You got it all. You can make all of your bets. The DraftKings Sportsbook is there. There's a full restaurant. It's awesome. You've got
They have a kiosk to make your plays too.
Yeah, no, you got kiosks that you can go. You don't even have to stand at the window. You don't have to do any of that. You've got 1,100 rooms. You've got 12 restaurants, 18-hole championship golf course, the Blue Martini nightclub, 2-acre pool with a lazy river. There's nothing that you don't have. Listen. Lake Vegas is right here, just 2 hours away. Lake Charles is the casino's beautiful. I don't know about Lake Charles being beautiful, but it's right down the road. It's 2 hours away. It's the place to go and have yourself a big time. I love the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. You will too. If you want to make table reservations for the DraftKings Sportsbook, goldennugget.com/Lake Charles, goldennugget.com/Lake Charles.
ESPN 975.com. This is the way.
This is the way.
This is the way.
Bye, bitch.
ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Brought to you by Zadak Jewelers, KFNC and KFNC HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Something special is brewing in College Station.
Needs marble power dribble. He just cramped it over
network from Learfield.
Texas A&M versus Florida. Game coverage begins Saturday at 2:30 right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
A radio show host called Paul Gallant.
It's Paul Gallant.
Paulie G Show. He's the best in Houston.
The most interactive sports radio show in Houston.
Oh, what's good, my man? How you doing, Paul? What are you doing, Paul?
Join the devastation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776.
I love the show. Y'all keep it up.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Paul Gallant.
You are definitely living in the hindsight world today, Paul.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show on this Thursday, February 1st, 2024. I am Paul Gallant. This is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. So, a lot of things to dive into. Today, we continue to take a look at free agent options for the Houston Texans. We are introducing another new segment entirely so that we can get ratings. We got to talk about the Rockets and specifically how aggressive Ime Udoka seems to be about what he wants them to do at the trade deadline. But I want to start by talking about, I think, the most fun competition going on in Houston. I am not a man of means. I am not a man of wealth. I do, however, have friends who have money. And one of the things that I always get a kick out of is seeing the friends with money all try to, for lack of a better term, big dick each other when it comes to purchases, cars, watches, picking up the tab, and hey, occasional generosity. But it's fun to watch them compete with each other. Now imagine you're a billionaire or close to a billionaire, and this is something that you do with the other owners in town because you also own a sports team. And I loved yesterday getting to talk about Cal McNair giving both Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson raises to keep them in town to work with C.J. Stroud and D'Amico Ryans for another season, when maybe he didn't even need to do that. Were the Commanders going to hire Bobby Slowick? I don't know. Was another team going to hire Gerard Johnson? You would think so. But at face value, doesn't seem like he 100% needed to do it. Maybe more than 50%. But it was a nice gesture. And, you know, if you take a look at the other owners in town, it's a bit of big dicking. You also see that with this news being put out about how the Rockets are looking to add at the trade deadline, despite being the 11th seed, we'll get into that more at 10:15. That as well, it's a little bit of that too. And then you have what the Astros have done. First off, they gave Josh Hader a 5-year, $95 million deal. But second, they're not done. At least that's what they're telling us. And it just makes Jim Crane, 3, Tillman Fertitta. They occasionally like gather around like a massive 2-story in a large lounge fire. Like, you know, it's like a fireplace, and they're all in their smoking jackets. They've got pipes, and they're thinking about all the things they've done. Look at the contract I gave that Josh Hader fellow. I think I've just changed his life. Oh, well, look at what I just did for Gerard Johnson. You know, and I'm about to put on a mask because we have props here on the Paul Gallant show. I don't know how many people have watched Mr. Robot. I'm wearing the F Society mask. I just imagine they sit around and they're, you know, while they're not big dicking each other, they're just going around in a circle talking about all the things that they are able to do with their money. And guess what, guys? The competition is not over. It is not. And I think right now, Sean, it's time for us to bring back an old classic, a song that some compare to cocaine. If we have it ready to go, this Astros. Who says it's only a game? Astros. Like, I don't know, make a trade. Offseason isn't over until the final signing. Astros. With me now, Astros baseball. Who says it's only a game? We play that song because the Astros have answered in the Houston sports owner Big Dick Off. They have put their schmenzer on the table because they just got a guy. Yeah, they just acquired a guy who's versatile. He plays in the outfield and at first base. He, in a game against the Astros this past season, was really, really good. This is a guy who's hit 30 home runs before. This is a guy who's had 32 steals before. I mean, that's really impressive. Now, both of those numbers came at the AAA level. But, guys, the Houston Astros have added the left-handed outfielder with speed in the Trey Cabbage, who they just traded for. Yeah. Houston, a football town yesterday. Houston, a basketball town on Tuesday. Guys, is Houston a baseball town once again? Because this guy could theoretically be the answer for the Houston Astros and their need of depth. Trey Cabbage, he's a low-profile addition who fits the description of a player Astros general manager Dana Brown recently said the team might be looking to add. Left-handed bat, preferably an outfielder with some speed. He's a left-handed hitter who's played both corner outfield and infield spots in the minors. 306, 379, 596 slash line with 30 homers and 32 steals at AAA last year. And he made his major league debut in 22 games with the Angels, batting .208. Well, that's better than Martin Maldonado. And striking out in 46% of his plate appearances. I don't know about that being better than Martin Maldonado. But, hey, listen, there's been worse hitters when it comes to batting average on this team. I like it. He's probably going to compete with John Singleton, if we're being perfectly honest, for reps, playing time. But hell yeah. Jim Crane, he just made a move. Dana Brown, he just made a move. I do kind of want Dana Brown to do a press conference for this one to talk about how big this move is. But look, this guy's going to be competing with Jacob Melton and some of these other people who I have no idea about. Joey Lopafido and Will Wagner, or Wagner, as it's properly said in the German dialect. So, guys, I think Houston might be a baseball town once again. Todd the Show comments 121 miles per hour off the bat. Hell effing yeah. That sounds fun. Sounds very fun. Junior Bronco says Cody Bellinger incoming. I don't know about that, but, I mean, he's still unsigned at this moment in time. So there you go. Also, somebody asks me if I'm versatile. Yeah. I played safety, wide receiver, running back, kick returner, and gunner at the same time in high school. Sean Mapes behind the glass. Are you excited about the signing of the Trey Cabbage, the trade for the Trey Cabbage?
Yeah, I mean, all offseason we've been waiting for the Astros to make moves. Now, Trey Cabbage, Josh Hader, they can't stop making moves.
They can't stop.
They won't stop.
They definitely won't stop, especially when Jim Crane sees all these other owners in town doing stuff.
Yeah. If the Astros or the Texans if the Rockets make a trade,
we're losing track. There's so much aggression. There's so much spending.
If the Rockets make a trade at the deadline, maybe the Astros do get Cody Bellinger.
Ooh.
What?
I mean, yeah, that's the next step. Or Blake Snell, who I don't really know about that one, but those guys are still available, and the longer that they're available, the better the chances of a 1-year deal. And hey, if not giving Hector Neris a 1-year deal with a team option for a second that could turn into a player option for a second, if letting Hector Neris walks allows you to bring in one of those guys, awesome. By the way, we do have some breaking news in the NFL. The Washington Commanders have hired Dan Quinn as their head coach. Oh, man, that's a bummer. That is a bummer if you're a Commanders fan. Nothing against Dan Quinn, but this is the same guy who officially blew the 28-3 lead in a Super Bowl. This is a guy who I think is much more of a fit with a team like the Seattle Seahawks, who chose to hire Mike McDonald. I keep forgetting Dan Quinn used to coach for us. I keep forgetting Pete Carroll actually had the best record in the NFC. But they brought in Mike McDonald. So Dan Quinn, the last hire among open head coaching spots in the NFL. Yeah, I would hate this, Sean, if I were a Commanders fan. That is not a good one.
Yeah, wow. I didn't think they would go retread like back to back with Ron Rivera, who's the ultimate retread. But
right.
Dan Quinn, wow. I thought Dan Quinn was Seattle or nothing this
I did
offseason.
too. Now, maybe the Cowboys are kind of like, hey, leave us.
But he still got promoted.
True.
That's the thing. Like if he jumped on to some other staff, then it would be maybe he got soft fired. But the fact he got the head coaching job, that's crazy.
I'm pretty shocked by this. I only saw this on ESPN right now, so that just happened. Yeah, I don't like the hire, to be perfectly honest. But hey, 1 year, you got to look at it that way, because I mean, okay, are the Commanders going to get a quarterback with the number 2 overall pick that everyone's happy about? Honestly, with what's being said about Caleb Williams of late, maybe they do end up like with the Texans and CJ Stroud. Maybe they do end up with the best guy. Jaden Daniels, I think, of all the quarterbacks in this draft class, Jaden Daniels is the one that I like the most, but it's entirely because there's just so much negative buzz around Caleb Williams. It has nothing to do with actually watching them at all. And I'll admit, like, I don't know a damn thing about it, but Dan Quinn plus Jaden Daniels.
But Paul, the Caleb Williams thing, you know how the draft process goes.
I do.
Everyone gets a week where they get crapped on.
True.
Or at least all the top quarterbacks get a week where it's like, oh, Drake May, like, never beat a AP top 15 team at a UNC or whatever. Like, there'll always be some stat where it's like, Jaden Daniels has 17 unpaid parking tickets at LSU.
Yeah, that's probably
like
up next.
there's
You're
just
probably right.
always gonna be like, again, once a month you can just set your watch to like, oh, one of these guys is gonna be the. Are you sure about this guy?
If of a hiring of Belichick by anyone, it really felt like no one had interest in him except for the Falcons, and the Falcons didn't hire him because they were the only team that had interest in him. They're like, oh wait, he's not a hot commodity. Oh, okay. But Vrabel going also jobless through this coaching cycle surprises me. Vrabel did a very good job in Tennessee.
Maybe Vrabel just wanted a year off. That could be.
That's true.
Do some TV.
Vrabel would be good on TV.
See him on the CBS set with Boomer Esiason.
But here's the thing. That's the problem. The TV set sucks.
And there's 17 people on them.
There's already
They're
way too many.
always adding people, never subtracting.
They never are, right. I mean, how many more people can they get on a booth? Amazon Prime is where it's at. It's worse. There's like 7 people on that booth.
Oh, NBC, because NBC has like a full set on the field and a full set in the wherever their studios are, and then they have Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth. And then they have Jason Garrett. Why didn't Jason Garrett get the Washington job? You know, if you're gonna go retread,
I know you may as well.
They don't feel bad firing.
Go more boring than Dan Quinn. Right, exactly. That's Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Is Houston a baseball town once again? Well, Tillman Fertitta might have something to say about that. Really interesting piece of rumors involving Ime Udoka and what he's pushing Tillman Fertitta to do. First, let me tell you about my friends at Pendleton Whiskey. True Western tradition. Guys, I love it. The original Pendleton Whiskey. It's barrel-aged in American oak. It's cut with glacier-fed spring water from Oregon's Mount Hood. And the finest northern grains blended together. And it's an uncommonly smooth and rich taste with complex flavor. Pendleton Whiskey was born at the Pendleton Roundup, one of the oldest rodeos in North America. And with a rodeo, it's got that cowboy spirit in it. The legacy of the American cowboys forged into every bottle of Pendleton Whiskey, as is true Western tradition. What's that? Living boldly, never losing sight of your values, tasting the moment wherever we may be. It's Pendleton Whiskey. It's true Western tradition.
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, right where you belong.
You're the only one left of the Wayne family. This is where you belong. Welcome home.
I lock up my Old Spice Fiji aluminum-free dry spray to keep that 24/7 lasting freshness safe for myself. Fresh coconuts, palm trees in the wind. It's like catching waves in Fiji. Actually, I just talked myself into a refreshing spritz of Fiji. My Old Spice is missing! No!
Do relationships have to be easy to be right? Of course not. The best relationships with friends, family, or partners happen when both people put in the time and commitment to make them great. Therapy can help. BetterHelp offers convenient, affordable online therapy. Start the process in minutes and switch therapists anytime. Give your relationship some love with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/Greeny today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/Greeny.
We all know and love Jack's Grill with the burgers and the wings, and we love the brunch over at the Union Kitchen. Tell me about Passarella. What do you have going on there?
Passarella has 2 locations, one in Cypress on the boardwalk, and we have one on Washington, right at the Washington-Westcott roundabout. Super excited about brunch, Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. We've got some traditional Italian fare, and then we've got your American classics that everybody just loves. We've got mimosas, we've got great coffee. Come by and see us.
For more information or to book your table, go to greatplate.com. That's GR8plate.com.
Time to hydrate. Grab a Rambler Sparkling Water, the official sparkling water of ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. A Texas mineral blend available in original, lemon lime, grapefruit, and satsuma. Ramblers do it better.
A sports extravaganza on CW39 Houston this Saturday, starting at 11:30 a.m. The Live Golf season tees off with second-round action live from Mexico. Then at 4:30, you're home for ACC basketball all season long as conference play heats up. Georgia Tech goes to NC State to battle the Wolfpack. And at 6:45, Syracuse takes on Wake Forest. And at 10, all the scores and highlights with Todd Freed on H-Town High School Sports. Watch Saturday, starting at 11:30 a.m. on CW39 Houston.
Hey, John Granado here. If you've been looking for the perfect Ford F-150, look no further. Chastain Ford Summer Sales Event has the hottest prices in Houston. Experience the power and performance of the F-150 at unbeatable prices and no dealer add-ons. They have King Ranch, Lariat, Limited, Platinum, and the F-150 Lightning ready to drive off the lot. Get exclusive discounts and fantastic financing options during the Summer Sales Event with no dealer add-ons or hidden fees. Visit ChastainFord.com or their showroom, Chastain Ford, off of Homestead, not Hempstead.
Offers and discounts subject to availability. Financing options subject to credit approval. See dealer for details.
You're going on a trip, but where are you going to stay? How much will it cost? Well, it'll cost less by booking on besthotelrates.com. Go to besthotelrates.com, enter your email address, and start shopping for your next hotel room. Besthotelrates.com, it's in the name.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Paul Gallant. Join the conversation by dialing or texting.
YouTube.com/ESPN Houston. Cooper, Texas comments, shave your arms, thank me later. Arm hair is so last century, bro. Is that a Gen Z thing? Are these little weenies shaving their arms? I know the shaving legs thing was a thing with people in my generation. No, you don't shave your arms. You want me to look like a even more effeminate than I already do? I already look as metro as it gets, and I'm going to shave my arms? You kidding me? Going to shave my legs probably next? I don't get that. No. I'll pluck my unibrow. I'll sculpt the eyebrows. I'll give the beard an edging every now and then. Asking for more than that, shaving arms? I'm sorry. That is soft boys. Cooper, Texas, you are in next week, soft boys. Shaving arm hair? Jesus, what are we doing, society?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever actually seen anyone do that.
I haven't either.
I mean, I assume people have done that. Like, it's not a crazy thing that people do. Maybe it feels like patchy, or like, it feels
no. There's
weird,
no excuse,
gross
Sean.
amount.
You got arm hair. You leave the arm hair. If it's on your back and shoulders, which I luckily do not have, okay, like then maybe wax it or something like that.
That is funny though. That chest hair, fine.
Yeah.
Leg, arm hair, fine. Back hair, gross. Get it off.
Yeah, it's weird.
Like it is such where we draw the line is weird.
It is, but hey, we don't write the rules. The ladies do. The ladies don't like the random shoulder pads of hair. Sorry, they don't. I don't get it. Another comment. This is from Honey Glazed Branham in response to us talking about Trey Cabbage. Paul, John Granado just said this guy probably wouldn't even make the big league roster. What's up, Paul? Well, good to see that John didn't steal show content from my show rundown today. Number one. Number two, who knows ball better? The man who supported Martin Maldonado, me, or the man who was calling for the end of Martin Maldonado, John Granato? Great question. I'll just leave it up to you. The Houston Rockets played the New Orleans Pelicans last night. Let's do an episode of Rockets Watch. Hit me, baby. They lost 110-99 to the Pelicans. They made Şengün's life hell. They were basically just swarming him whenever he got the ball.
Pelicans? Swarm.
Pelicans swarm. That's right, Sean. They're copying D'Amico Ryans. So basically, they forced him to kick it out for 3. And the thing is, the Rockets are ass at shooting from outside right now. They have the worst three-point shooting in the NBA in January. And they were 13 of 44 from outside last night. Jalen Green scored 31 for what it's worth if you're watching that. But they've lost 12 of 19. They're an 11 seed, a game behind the 10 seed Jazz. But that's not the big news. The big news is a piece that came out in The Athletic from Kelly Iko, from Shams Charania, and Sam Amick about how Tillman Fertitta and the Rockets, like Jim Crane with Josh Hader, like the Texans and Cal McNair with their coaching staff, they might be about to big dick themselves. Quote, the Rockets are going star hunting again. This might seem like a surprise to some, but a team that entered Wednesday 22-24, sitting just outside of a play-in spot as the 11 seed in the West, has big aspirations to be buyers and not sellers at this year's NBA trade deadline. And based off of what I read in this article, it sounds like Ime Udoka is really aggressively pushing for the Rockets to make a move. And I'm curious how you feel about that. From the article, Ime Udoka has been frustrated by the inconsistencies plaguing the team all season long. League and team sources say it's Udoka's insistence on making the postseason in tandem with the Rockets front office that has accelerated the franchise firmly into phase 2 of its plan. Armed with a profusion of young talent and draft capital, the Rockets have quietly repositioned their internal strategy in recent weeks. Just about everything is on the table in terms of potential moves to go and get high-level talent. Udoka made it clear this offseason he was ripping out the old floorboards from their foundation and wouldn't be content with settling for what he perceived as mediocrity. So maybe unrealistic, because if you trade at the trade deadline, maybe you lose out on a guy that still needs a little bit of time to develop. Also, if they make the playoffs, I think some would argue, what's the point if you're not competing for a title? But I, a hardo, like Ime Udoka's mindset on this. The big problem with the Rockets the last couple of years has been they've been so okay with next year. I think that was seen in Steven Silas's rather laissez-faire relationship with players who we just heard from Kenyon Martin yesterday. They didn't respect him. I think it also helps that the general manager wasn't pushing for them to win. He was being the next James Harden. Clearly that hasn't worked, and they have moved on, and Udoka is the one running the show. I don't know what kind of trade they can realistically make, but I like hearing that Udoka is pushing this, and I also like, you better make it work. It's a sink or swim kind of mentality that he is trying to, I think, put on the players. Why else would this come out? Especially since this does just seem like it is a bit of like an ass kissery for Ime Udoka and how he wants to win. This guy wants to win by any means necessary. There's got to be a motivation for leaking something like that out through a Kelly Iko or through a couple of the most prestigious NBA writers there is. It's, I think, to send a message to some of the players. So maybe I'm putting on my tinfoil hat a little bit here, but I think in a way, this is Ime Udoka, Sean, telling the players, yo, back of their head, because they haven't really had any pressure on them at all to this point in their careers.
Yeah, I think it's not just Well, I think it's just true. It's just like plainly obvious and true. Like it's not.
Yeah.
It's not like some crazy scoop. It's like no, that makes 100% sense. Tillman Fertitta and Rafael Stone, even before they hired Ime Udoka, were viewing this season as the start of phase 2 of the Rockets rebuild. And Ime Udoka has, really pumped the gas on that one. He's put the pedal to the metal on that one. I think it's not just a message to the players on the Rockets. I think it's also a message to other players around the league. I mean, the article from Kelly starts with the Rockets are star hunting again. I think he said Rockets are star hunting again. And that to me is combined with how Udoka's pretty obviously like pushing to compete. It's that, hey, the next disgruntled, because that's part of the reason I don't think they're going to make a star move is because there's not really one available, or the ones that are available. It's like DeJounte Murray, Zach LaVine, not really anyone that blows your socks off. Like if they trade Jalen Green for DeJounte Murray, that's not a good deal.
No, it's not.
Even if DeJounte Murray is better than Jalen Green, it's
Correct.
not a good deal.
Correct.
The thing is, though, it might be more of an off-season thing where
I think
someone
you're right.
flames out. Because this always happens. Someone flames out in the playoffs. They get sick of each other, and one of the stars on Team X demands a trade. And the Rockets want to be back into that because they have a lot of draft capital with all the Nets picks, and they have a couple of young players that I wouldn't trade just to make deadline moves that are ancillary, that are to get like a backup center and a backup point guard. Like you're not trading Cam Whitmore, you're not trading Amon Thompson, you're not trading any of the young guys for that. You're trading those guys to get the star.
Exactly.
They're just and they reference a Mikal Bridges offer that the Rockets made. And the Nets said he's not available. If Mikal Bridges isn't available, there's really no one that would be available at the deadline, or has been reported to be available at the deadline, that you would make a big move for.
Exactly. None of these guys are big names who have been listed. It's as you said, it's guys they're not interested in. Zach LaVine and DeJounte Murray.
Yeah.
The names that we're hearing are Mikal Bridges, Malcolm Brogdon in Portland, who's a two-way player, or a big man like Kelly Olynyk, Clint Capella, or my guy Robert Williams III. Oh my God, I would be so pumped if they got Robert Williams, even if he gets hurt.
He's already out for the year, so it's like a.
But would you trade one of those good players? No, right? For him,
yes. But that'd be a move that's you're really improving the Jock Landale spot, and you're trying to get someone to play you're trying to get someone to play backup center that can play as often as Jeff Green, so Jeff Green can go into the Jock Landale spot where he plays like 8 minutes a game. That you're trying. That's the biggest move I feel like the Rock, or not the biggest move they can make, but the simplest move that would have the biggest impact is backup center. Just someone that can that when teams either play Sengun off the floor on defense, or if Sengun's in foul trouble, whatever it is, you just need more minutes at center that are quality.
100%. To what you were saying earlier, you're right in that this is not just a, hey, young players, wake up. This is foreplay for potential disgruntled players who are potentially looking elsewhere during the offseason. And it made me wonder, only because I saw that he returned to the Barclays Center, and he's in Phoenix. Phoenix hasn't exactly gone great for Kevin Durant. Hasn't been the most fun year for the Suns to this point. This was what Kevin Durant had to say about returning to the Barclays Center, where, yes, he got a tribute video, even though he specifically asked to not get a tribute video.
You said you didn't want a tribute video. You at least watch it?
Of course. I had some great moments here. A lot of stuff that flew under the radar, but everybody in this organization and my teammates, we understood what the moment was like. Something I'm always going to remember playing here, and I'm glad we got the W tonight.
Suns have won 8 of their last 10. They are the 6th seed in the West. This would be an intriguing, hey, can you lure him here? Can you convince him that it would be cool to come here move for the Suns, who are in a weird spot because, yes, they have Devin Booker, but they also have a bunch of older players, and it doesn't feel like all of those guys are necessarily aligned for the future. So, guy who played at Texas, is this somebody who would consider coming here? It would be very cool. I would be intrigued by Durant joining a team like this.
Not just played at Texas, but also when he was with the Nets. Funny that he was just in Brooklyn. When he was with the Nets, when they fired Steve Nash last year, this kind of got swept under the radar because it happened within like 24 hours. But the first name that got leaked out for Shams and Woj was the Nets are interested in hiring Ime Udoka. And they backed off of that and just promoted internally instead.
Interesting.
Because the NBA was like, hey, because this was like 3 weeks after he got fired from the Boston Celtics before the season started. And so the idea is that Adam Silver and the NBA were like, hey, you're not going to hire this guy that's like currently being investigated from his old employer.
Yeah, it would have been a bad look. But now that everyone's forgotten about that
now
and
the
moved
dust
on.
is settled, KD, because he was obviously running the joint in Brooklyn, and if Ime was the first hire or the first choice of hire for Brooklyn, it was probably the first choice for Kevin Durant.
Mm-hmm.
So that's interesting. I mean, with Kevin Durant, you never know when he's going to demand a trade. So
I would love Durant here. I would love it. I think we all should love it. That would be a lot of fun for a variety of different reasons. We're late. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Up next, Marco McDonald's the head coach of the Seahawks. Plus, we laugh at the New York Jets in the 10-minute drill. Stick around.
ESPN.
So the breaking news today is that the Commanders have hired Dan Quinn to be their next head coach. All head coaching jobs have a spot. Every single team has a coach. Dan Quinn is pretty effing underwhelming considering Bill Belichick is available, Mike Vrabel is available. Hell, Eric Bieniemy would have been a better, more inspiring hire than Dan Quinn. We know what Dan Quinn is. It's nothing against Dan Quinn. From what I understand from my time in Seattle, when he was up in Seattle, for the most part in Atlanta, that team had talent, but it underachieved. I mean, the year that they went to the Super Bowl and had that historic offense, you would think that a Dan Quinn coach team would have a good defense. Yeah, they blew a 28-3 lead in a game where they got a pick six. So, things to keep in mind. Meanwhile, the Seahawks have hired Yacht Rock legend Mike McDonald as their next head coach. I'm just going to, do a little Michael McDonald riffing. At 36, he's the NFL's youngest head coach. The Ravens defense #1 in points allowed. Sacks and takeaways too. Did you know he was born in Boston? He earned his master's degree in sports management at Georgia with a 4.0 GPA. He was 8-0 against the Kyle Shanahan tree. The 49ers, Dolphins, Rams, Texans, Bengals, and Seahawks. That's pretty damn good. But for all those people who believe Michael McDonald's going to be better than Pete Carroll, Pete had the NFC's best record the last 10 years. Something to remember. There you go. You're welcome. That was great singing. It was a great Michael McDonald impersonation, Sean Mapes, which I occasionally do when I'm doing karaoke. T-Bone's best karaoke spot in town. Shout out to T-Bone's. Saturday nights.
Yeah.
Only there can you see a 50-year-old lady singing "Let the Bodies Hit the Floor."
Parts of it was good.
Parts of it?
Some of the notes that, you're
just
trying
saying the
to hit,
notes I have.
Some of them were ambitious. I'll say that.
Well, listen, he's 36. He is the youngest coach in the league. And I get it. Like, Pete Carroll was stale. Seahawks fans are honestly a very, very, very spoiled group. They don't understand how spoiled they are with Geno Smith as his quarterback and with a lot of turnover there. And, okay, you hired somebody who's good against Kyle Shanahan, who's in your division. But is that a reason to hire somebody? Is that the only reason to hire somebody? Is like, wow, he's good against the Shanahan offenses. Eventually, the Shanahan offenses, there will be an adjustment. Maybe McDonald is the adjustment, but now he is moving from being the defensive coordinator of a team to a head coach at age 36. Pete Carroll was great at running the show, at being the CEO coach. We'll see with McDonald. I hope for the best for the Seahawks fans. Truly, I did have very fun times going to Lumen Field covering Seahawks games. I do think some Seahawks fans think they're way smarter than they actually are. And I know that they all love this hire. I would just say you never know with a hire. And for as many people that love this one, I think there are definitely some potential drawbacks. Let's continue to look around the NFL and the Athletic. Funny. I mean, you know me. I love to bathe in the misery of Jets fans like my friend Mike Meltzer, like the dead Jake Asman. To understand the issues that contributed to another Jets failed season, the Athletic spoke to 30 sources in and around the organization. They described a team riddled with excuse-making, a paranoid head coach, an ill-equipped offensive coordinator, and an organizational tunnel vision on the quarterback that rubbed some teammates wrong. Oh, my God. Give me all of this. It's just such an effing mess, one Jets coach said. Something has to change. I would think that the number one thing that should change is I don't think I can say this. Bending over a barrel as opposed to, dropping down on certain things for Rodgers is insane, but that's what they're doing. The Jets made Rodgers comfortable by pursuing some of his former Green Bay teammates. Alan Lazard, Billy Turner, quarterback Tim Boyle. He had a direct line of communication to general manager Joe Douglas. And the relationship that he has with offensive coordinator Nathaniel Hackett is more frat brothers than player coach. Rodgers appreciates having the free will to operate the system as he sees fit. I'm so proud of the Green Bay Packers just saying, fine, we're done. Because the Packers were great with Rodgers, and Rodgers acted like he was in this horrible situation. And then he joined the Jets, which is, again, just so effing funny to me. Rodgers' number one acquisition, Alan Lazard. Get this. After a 30-0 loss to the Dolphins week 15, Lazard, in a year where he registered the fewest receiving yards among 59 wide receivers to run at least 400 routes, and the second worst drop rate among wide receivers, said that New York was out-efforted and out-schemed, which pissed off Jets defenders. Jets, Jets. Imagine being Fireman Ed. Just imagine being one of the fans of this team. Like you have options in that city that aren't dumb, and you're loyal to them, but you're probably not loyal to your spouse, whatever. More Jets fun. Robert Saleh is apparently paranoid. Behind closed doors, Saleh would bring up how the Giants don't get as much negative coverage as the Jets and called it unfair. Oh, my God. An embittered Saleh conducted research, and as Jets' losses piled up, criticism mounted, and he continued to basically inwardly say, but what did you expect? We lost Aaron Rodgers. He held a meeting with his staff 2 days later because that was leaked to the media. He said, quote, if you come forward now, you won't get in trouble, while threatening to take their cell phones. Staffers were bemused by Saleh's obsession with the Zach Wilson story and his reaction to it as well. Oh, my God. This just gives me a good old-fashioned pants down. Not even... I mean, it does suck that the Jets gave Belichick perhaps his last ever loss as a head coach, but, I mean, the Jets continuing to suck when they thought they were going to be good, like, every single bit of it. Jets fans' misery is sex to me. Like, championships don't really matter as much when, you know, you're just a born winner like myself who jumps from bandwagon to bandwagon arguably for successful teams. But the misery of specific fan bases just continuing over and over again, especially for those people. They're dirty idiots. Mostly. They mostly come out at night. Mostly. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776. Look, I know a lot of people are going to be mad about the next segment we do, but guys, we're doing it for the ratings. And if we all join in together, we can get through this together. As a country, as a show, we can do it. Stick around, Paul Gallant Show.
Welcome back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here is your ambiguously gay host, Paul Gallant.
We are not afraid to do things for morning television shows. Speak for talk about what's going on in the world, whether it's politics or pop culture. Unfortunately for a lot of people, there is no avoiding the pop culture invasion of Super Bowl week. Yeah, you know what we're about to talk about. We've got a new segment to keep tabs on two people and their quest for love despite all of the attention. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Taylor Swift Watch. Travis Kelce told Taylor Swift, "I love you," after the AFC Championship game. He did. They lip synced, or excuse me, they didn't lip sync. That would be funny. She probably lip syncs at her concert, right? She has to. She's doing that 3 hours a day.
That might get you in some hot water.
I don't give a damn.
Throwing around those accusations. Literally, the only musician that you probably would get in hot water for
already have
for saying that she lip syncs, but. I mean, I imagine everyone at least has some help, some backing.
Honestly, if she had a couple of minutes where she's like LeBron James on defense during a concert where she's lip syncing, I wouldn't blame her. Well, her show goes for 3 hours.
Hey, I'll let y'all sing this one.
She is moving around, changing costumes in heels all night. Like, it is a show. I haven't been. I heard great things. I respect her tremendously as an actual artist. That is a demand to go on a worldwide tour all year and do all that crap. But Travis told her, "I love you," after the AFC Championship game. There's also been some news about the amount of screen time that Taylor Swift actually gets during playoff games. A Taylor Swift account tweeted that she only gets 0.46% of screen time. This is from the @Eras Tour. I don't know if this is the official Eras Tour or what, but this led to a piping hot take by the one and only Colin Cowherd, who has found himself a new subsection of fans.
I hear this whole thing about Taylor Swift. I just want to watch football. Liar. You're lying. A football telecast is not just football. In fact, the commercials for 4 hours before the Super Bowl will be widely watched. Listen to this. The New York Times measured how long she was actually on the broadcast. Do you know how long it is on average? 25 seconds in 3.5 hours. Against the Ravens, it was up to a whopping 32 seconds. It was 14 Chiefs and Raiders on Christmas, 12 Chiefs and Bengals, 24 seconds, Buffalo, Kansas City. She was on for a minute against the Dolphins, but it was an absolutely awful broadcast. They should have had a concert in the middle of it. That would have been more interesting. Matthew McConaughey. All right. Drake on everything. Spike Lee, Knicks games. 80s, 90s, Jack Nicholson, Laker games. It's cool.
Do we want to see any of those people?
Talented.
Pause for a moment. Do we want to see those people courtside? Colin's making it seem like we want to see them. I'll be honest, every time I see a Knicks game and I see Spike Lee, I get mad. Every time I see a Lakers game and I see Jack Nicholson, I get mad. It's because I'm from Boston and a hater by nature. But, Sean, when I see those two guys, I get mad. Matthew McConaughey, on the other hand, I do not. I like Matthew McConaughey.
With Jack, I'm like, well, because now it's like, oh my God.
If he's actually out and not being a recluse,
I'm glad he's alive.
Same.
Like that, it's come around the other way. Yeah, Spike Lee. I just kind of generally roll my eyes at Spike Lee at this point because it's always like he's at the game, he's like getting really animated, and it's like a 15-point game in December, and you're like, Spike, take a chill pill, dude. Like this is not Reggie Miller in the playoffs.
Which, by the way, he should have been banned from Madison Square Garden for that because he arguably caused that.
Yeah. I mean, he He's more at fault for the team he's a fan of losing than Steve Bartman.
Yes.
And Steve Bartman was like basically crucified.
He was. Seriously, with Spike Lee. If we're talking about this is an equivalent of like Shia LaBeouf, who is a Clippers fan. It's the same thing. Both teams suck. They don't matter. But this one's in New York. And for whatever reason, Spike Lee has decided, yeah, I'm going to be the champion cheerleader, the pom-pom waver for these effing losers. They are losers. He is a loser by proxy. I bet he's a Jets fan on the side, too. Loser, Spike Lee. Every time I see him, I'm like, loser. Just loser. Why am I seeing him? So I get why people get mad when they see Taylor Swift in the box. However, to Colin's point, he's correct. But the best part about this is that now a bunch of Taylor Swift fans have seen Colin Cowherd with this take and are like, yes, Queen! Yes! Slay, Colin, slay! The White Knight rides in to defend Taylor against the haters. I think he continued. He said, well, she's a beautiful woman. Yeah, I agree with that side of things. Like, I definitely like a very horny Brent Musburger do not mind when they show an attractive woman on the telecast during a game. I don't. I am who I am. Call me a sexist pig all you want, but what man does not enjoy a nice little sight from time to time? I'm not asking for OnlyFans. I'm just like, oh, hi. Hello. She is pretty. Very pretty.
Yeah, they really should. I'm actually surprised that American broadcasts don't take a page out of the World Cup's book. Where like the World Cup, they probably bat like 75% of the fans they show are just the most attractive women
Brazil,
you've ever seen.
Jesus. And then you're like, wait, is this person in body paint or no? She's wow. She's
wow.
Just,
I never wanted to go to Algeria before, but now I do.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like it's not just Brazil. They find all
Belgium.
the top talent.
Yeah, they truly do. By the way, continuing our Taylor Swift Watch 2024. So HRW713 asks, Paul, will Taylor make it from the concert in time for the Super Bowl? Well, per many Swifties in my mentions on TikTok, yes, she will, because the concert's in Japan, and then she has like 17 hours to fly from Japan to Las Vegas. So I guess she can make it, but she might be jet lagged. Are we going to see like Hannah McNair in the press box? Are we going to see like a zoinked out Taylor Swift in the press box during the Super Bowl? Someone's going to have to give her some PEDs to keep her awake during her boyfriend's game. What? Like
flying the plane.
It'd be funny. You're like, is she flying coach? Gets redirected.
She can't lean her seat back.
Oh, that would be so
She's
funny.
in the back row.
That would be amazing. If someone in front of her is like one of those people who gets unnecessarily mad about it. Like AJ Hoffman, who's a psycho about people leaning their seat back. Hoffman's the kind of person that makes me want to lean my seat back. I remember him like, oh, you're a Hitler if you do that or something like that. Like,
yeah.
No,
it was aggressive.
Now I want to do it to you. Like, you did MMA. You're gonna fight me over me leaning my seat back, like the 1 inch of space that you no longer have. Sure, okay. Good luck with the $10,000 fine after the fact. Taylor Swift, by the way, will miss the Grammys. But excuse me, check that. Travis Kelce will miss the Grammys. There was a chance he could have gone because since they made the Super Bowl, he didn't have to go to the Pro Bowl games, which he wasn't going to go to anyway. I love seeing this report. Taylor Swift's been showing up to her booed Travis Kelce's games to cheer him on, but he won't be returning the favor during her big night at the Grammys. Here's the thing with the Grammys thing, and people like the people that are way too into this, unlike us, we're just doing this for ratings because we think it's funny. The people that are mad at Travis for not going to it, it's not like Taylor Swift is in the middle of a competition competing with other singers out there. If that was the case, I actually would say, you know what? You should be there for something like that. But the Grammys are predetermined. Taylor probably knows people who could tell her whether or not she actually won. She has to go.
I'm sure those negotiations happen all the time.
Right.
With the Grammys, with the Oscars, where it's like, hey, this is a scheduling conflict. Is it like worth it? Like, are we going to win this thing or is it not worth it?
Yeah, exactly. I would want to know in advance if I'm going to win or if there's somebody that's going to win where I can be shown applauding because I like them. And she is very, very, very smart. Obviously, she's a billionaire. So I think that it's false equivalence to compare showing up for the Super Bowl, which is a game where Kelce is competing to win, versus showing up for an award show and sitting around for 4 hours and just getting drunk. It'll be fun, it would be cool, but come on, people. What are we doing here? And that's going to wrap up Taylor Swift Watch 2024. Comment from HRW713. Girl, break up with him.
You deserve better. Could you hear the snapping into the mic?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I did. That was great. Up next, the Houston Texans have a lot of things to add this offseason if they want to be on the same level as Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. We will continue our free agency watch next with an option that could help the Texans defense out. Stick around.
Gallant. Join the conversation by dialing or text.
Most interactive sports talk forward. Seeing her up there. And we're not telling you to not be. Like Colin Cowherd was saying, you're lonely men.
No. Feel free to feel your feelings.
Right. We get it. We do get it.
Yes.
I don't mind it, but we get it. It's not Taylor Swift. It's her fans. Her fans, the worst of them, are the worst of them. Much like the worst fans in any sport fan base. But they have a massive volume. It's like Penn State fans post Joe Paterno on crack, minus the scandal, in terms of how violently toxic and over-the-top defensive they are for a effing billionaire.
It's like if every SEC fan base joined forces.
Yes.
And then they're like, actually, we only want the most annoying ones.
Yes.
And then they all decided to descend on the sport.
Mm-hmm. There's more stories that I've holstered that we'll get to next week. There's another one that's so good.
6 more shows until the
You got to make Fred do one when Fred's in for me tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll use one of the ones we didn't use.
Okay.
I'll just drop it on Fred.
I love it.
What do you think of this, Fred?
Couple of comments in response to this before we get into Texans free agency watch. Jason and Champions, sir, you better be hot. I'm just gonna say this. You better be an attractive man and pulling the equivalent of pretty faced billionaires if this is your take. Taylor Swift is not attractive. ... At all. Okay. Look, maybe she doesn't have the biggest donk, but is she in shape? Yes. Does she have a pretty face? Yes. Is she a billionaire? Yes. Come on, Jason and Champions, he continued. That's the thing. That's why we don't want to see her. It's just annoying at this point. If she was hot, we wouldn't mind seeing her all the time. Jason and Champions, buddy, I hope that you are like the Casanoviest Casanova that there is, because that is just an all-time outlandish take. I mean, have I been with people that I find more attractive than Taylor Swift? Yes, I have. But come on.
Yeah, we're not saying that like Taylor Swift's the hottest woman alive.
But she's the most relevant woman alive. And you're telling me like, and she is pretty. Like you can't deny that. That almost sounds demeaning to say she's pretty. She's a beautiful woman, in my opinion. So this is weird. That's not why people are sick of it. They're not. If that was just a random woman in the crowd, you'd be like, oh, who's that? That you would, you know it.
Who's that tall, pretty lady?
Yeah, you're like, oh, well, it looks kind of like a Viking, huh? Key from LA, Texan, the best part of watching the games is to crowd shark for pretty women. I mean, I like the sports.
The best part of the game.
I like the sports. Yeah. I like the violence and the hitting.
Maybe he's saying the best part of the World Cup games. I'll grant him that. Maybe he's not a soccer fan.
It's soccer. I mean, it's so slow that every now and then you're like, please show me a Belgian.
Just someone kick the ball out of bounds so they can cut away to the crowd.
Ooh, give me an Australian. Although,
the
other day I spoke to a woman with an Australian accent. I was like, damn, that accent rules. I even told her, I was like, oh God, you guys have the best accent. It's the best. Anyway, okay, bonk, Paul, bonk, down, boy, down, waistband, tuck it. Okay, fine.
I should get a water bottle.
Bad Paul. That's a bad Paul. Guys. Let's continue our free agency watch for the Houston Texans. So we put together a list of things we would like to see the Texans get. Center, safety, linebacker with coverage ability, defensive lineman, and much like I have an addiction to buying overpriced Hawaiian shirts, we can splurge on wide receivers. Thus far, here are the people that have made our list. Mike Evans, in. T. Higgins, in. I would prefer T to Mike, but I'd be game for either. Out. Michael Thomas. Here is another nominee. Patrick Queen, Ravens linebacker. Texans? From the sound of things, when he was cleaning out his locker on Monday, he said, it would be nice to come back to Baltimore, but at the same time, I got to do what's best for me, best for my family. And then they got to do what's best for them on the other side as well. They drafted him in 2020 as a first-round pick. He had a career high in tackles, overrated statistic, the tackle number, in my opinion. We need better numbers to measure tackles. I don't know why the NFL hasn't done that yet. Like tackles for a loss is the one stat we have, but why not tackles less than 2 yards from the line of scrimmage or
hit sticks?
Yeah, exactly.
Just have a PFF nerd be like, boy, he got knocked out.
Hit PSI or something like that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I don't know, speed of tackle,
something like that. Right. There's got to be. Jalen Ian Harris is basically an outside linebacker when they're using him at his best. In the middle, okay, you could bring back Blake Cashman, but Cashman kind of struggles in coverage. I like Denzel Perriman, what he did this year, but the middle of the field, middle linebacker and safety are definitely places where the Texans can address. And off the top of my head, I don't know Patrick Queen's coverage ability. All I know is that the Ravens are coming off of a year where they didn't have just Patrick Queen in the middle of it. They had Roquan Smith. And I know Roquan Smith's good in coverage because he picked off Davis Mills in the second game of, was it the first game of last year in that Texans-Bears game. Like the game ended because Davis Mills threw a really bad interception. I think it was the second game of the year. Third game was the Broncos. So things to keep in mind with a good team still is a big need. Like the middle of the Texans defense is the biggest issue right now. Not even really the front lines. It's the absolute middle, Sean.
Yeah, and you look at where D'Amico came from in San Francisco, and they got Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw as their two, kind of A+ listers at at linebacker, and it would make sense that that's what D'Amico kind of wants to bring here or to build here. I feel like Christian Harris at his first year with D'Amico has shown that, like, oh, maybe he could be one of the two linebackers that are kind of the pillars of the defense, and you just need to find another one. And I think if we rolled into next season, say they do get Queen and they're rolling in with Queen and Harris, I'd feel very good about where the Texans are at up the middle of the defense.
Totally agree with you on that front. I just looked up per CBS. Queen, who has 250 tackles the last 2 years, 8.5 sacks. Queen has allowed 3 touchdowns to his assignments, but he has held his opponents to 5.5 yards per attempt when targeted. That's I don't know if that's good or great. Honestly, I don't know what those numbers mean.
They should throw in like a league average. Like what's the league average here?
Right, exactly.
Just give me a feel for
some
what I'm
context, because I look at those numbers and I see no, he's not great in coverage. So I would consider Patrick Queen. I guess I'm not a strong in for this one. So that is Houston Texans Free Agency Watch 2024. Coming up next, we continue our countdown to Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training. It's number 11. I went down a rabbit hole with number 11. We're probably going to spend more time talking about the best number 11 in Astros history than we're going to talk about a rumor that the Astros might be in on somebody. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. First, let me tell you about my friends at mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975. You sign up, you get an awesome deposit bonus. You refer a friend, you also get a bonus. So many things to gamble on with MyBookie. For example, there's a live casino, blackjack, there's poker, live dealers right there. But you, of course, can also bet on sports. It's basketball season. Plenty of things to bet on that front. World of college hoops. And, of course, you can just bet on the actual big game itself. The line, currently, San Francisco, a 2-point favorite. The line's gone up from yesterday over Kansas City. San Francisco has all the talent in the world. Brock Purdy is good, but Brock Purdy is mistakes waiting to happen, and Patrick Mahomes does not make mistakes. If you're making Patrick Mahomes and the consistently slept on the last couple of seasons Kansas City Chiefs 2-point dogs, you are giving them ammunition. I'm taking Kansas City if this is the line. Straight up, 100%. If this line changes in a way to Kansas City being favored, I feel like that's the only way that Kansas City loses this. If all of a sudden people are like, no way, Kansas City. Amazingly, they're still not. How many times is it going to take us to learn that this is the team you just never pick against? Kansas City 2-point dogs at mybookie.ag. Again, promo code BET975 for an awesome deposit bonus that you can play with right away. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with mybookie.ag.
Back to the Paul 2.
ESPN Houston. If you don't like the live stream that's on right now, what's wrong with you? If you haven't subscribed to the channel, what's wrong? And when I'm being sarcastic, which I've learned is something I probably need to dial back a little bit. Sean, I'm still getting congratulations from people, with people even asking for clarification. Like, wait, what award did you win at the Houston Sports Awards? No, I said I won the award for most ADD while hosting a solo sports talk show from 10 to noon in Houston, Texas. There's nobody else. There's no other solo show that's doing this. Not doing it on the Texans flagship. That is a two-person show.